Yeah, not the biggest fan
Neo-Nazism
of Jeff Bridges, but
is
man,
entering the evangelical spaces, bro.
Last week at a church conference in Ogden, Utah,
Yo, Ogden, shout out
a well-known neo-Nazi
where I grew up, Ogden,
publishing
Utah.
house called Antelope Hill had a vendor table selling and promoting their books and literature. Some of the materials displayed included the essential speeches of Adolf Hitler, an SS memoir. I was going to make a joke right there.
You're Whitey on the moon. Paul Kiersey, Whitey on the moon.
You can't interrupt a monologue to make a joke about the collected works of Adolf Hitler. Light, airy summer reading. An SS memoir called Burning Souls, a handout recommending websites selling the Turner Diaries, which are
Antelope Hill. This is a subtle ad for Antelope Hill, dude. I bet the first comment's gonna be like, "Huh, I guess I found a place." I guess I like that. That's a good cover for Lord Miles Rutledge, the gay guy, the pathological liar. Good, very good book cover. But same about his AIDS and being British. Anyway, being disgusting, like a little freak. But this is like one of those undisclosed advertisements where it's like he promotes something. Antelope Hill. I like Antelope Hill, but
kind of some of the most well-known neo-Nazi literature in the country.
that is, I do like that. That's very good, like book typography.
And a novel by an American neo-Nazi that inspired the Oklahoma City bombing, alongside swastika jewelry and a book endorsing a pagan Nazi religion called Cosmotheism. They're a great follow on X. It's actually true. They started hitting me on X in anticipation of this show. I didn't know they existed. We wrote the monologue, and you hear a word, and then suddenly the word starts appearing everywhere. It's like, oh, cosmotheism. This is a really interesting concept. And then you're being attacked online by cosmotheism. So thanks, guys. Cosmotheism worships nature and places the Aryan race at the top of the natural order. The organizers named their conference, unironically, The War for Normal. The conference was organized through a publishing outfit called New Christendom Press, and hosted by two Reformed pastors of a church there in Utah. When the Antelope Hill story first broke, one of those pastors, I asked before how to say this guy's name. I hate to mispronounce names. Brian Sauve, Brian Sauve, said in response that he, quote, didn't have a problem with Antelope Hill's publications. The other pastor, Eric Kahn, posted a musical montage video celebrating White Boy Summer to his X account that same evening, featuring images of a Sieg Heil, the Hitler Youth, the founder of America's Nazi Party, and an elderly SS officer, confirming that Adolf Hitler was, quote, 100% his hero. Doug Wilson, one of the most prominent Christian nationalists in the country, asked, why did Antelope Hill think there was a healthy market for their books at this conference? Why, indeed. One of the more prominent and vocal defenders of the conference and of Antelope Hill is Joel Webbin, another pastor and founder of a media company called New Christian Right. This week, Webbin posted a photo of himself with Tucker Carlson and his friend J.D. Hall, with whom Webbin traveled to Tucker's studio for Hall's 100-minute episode, discussing with Tucker, quote, the corrupting lie of Christian Zionism. In the interview with Tucker, Hall called Israel, quote, a desert war cult. It's catchy. Said Muslims are, quote, quite fond of Jesus, and blamed Christian-Muslim tension on, quote, Jewish talking points on the news. Yesterday, Webbin's own organization, New Christian Right, posted about Israel, quote, they killed the prophets, they killed the Lord Jesus. Paul calls them the enemies of all mankind. Now they're trying to sabotage a peace deal in the Middle East. Why do we
This is scary.
partner with them? Webbin himself posted in reply to his own tweet, what fellowship does light have with darkness? The same week that, say his name again?
Brian Sauve.
Sauve.
Yeah.
We really should have spelled it that way in the prompter. The same week that Brian Sauve's publishing house hosted a conference where Antelope Hill felt welcome enough to sell Hitler's speeches, Webbin was sitting in Tucker's studio with J.D. Hall, who was making a case that Christians should reconsider their relationship with the Jews and cozy up to Islam instead. These aren't unrelated events, and this didn't come out of nowhere. It's the visible surface of a years-long infiltration of neo-Nazi and white supremacist ideology into Christian nationalist spaces, driven by specific teachers, amplified by a tight-knit internet community, and enabled by an institutional cowardice that names woke leftism but refuses to name the wolves in its own flank. But not everyone is afraid to name the wolves. I have 3 people here with me who've been doing just that. John Harris is the host of Conversations That Matter. He's been
Wow.
tracking this pipeline for years. Will Spencer, a former Manosphere influencer,
Bro, is the Manosphere? That's crazy, dude. That's crazy, dude.
who went to the very edge of the online neo-Nazi world, walked away, and now writes about his radicalization and about how this radicalization captures particularly young men. And for the first time publicly, Ethan Hansen, who has been anonymously exposing these people on X for years under the excellent account Hitler Hated Christ, and who has decided to make himself known.
Bro's going public. Dude, none of this matters, dude. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. It's like, bro, this ain't that serious, dude.
And for some reason, lack of good sense or decency, chose the Jeremy Boring Show as the venue. You do meticulous research, debunking memes, disinformation, historical revisionism, online neo-Nazis used to deceive and recruit, and we're very glad that you're here, not in an anonymous way, but as yourself. Thanks for being with us. We'll get right into it. I mean, the very first thing is, if a guy decides he's going to show his face for the first...
Bro, come on, dude. You don't need to, dude. It's okay. It's all right, bro. It's not that serious.
time after doing the kind of work that you've been doing on the internet, I want to know why, like what on earth got into you, what came over you, and why now?
Yeah, well, I mean, now is when I got invited on the Jeremy Boring Show.
Man, we should have invited you on.
So I'd never got an invite for running an anonymous Hitler Twitter account to fly out to Nashville and film something. So thanks for having me, by the way.
Thank you for being
Really, I mean, we've just seen an acceleration in the last year or so, maybe year and a half especially, of a lot of guys that are calling themselves pastors or are prominent figures in this sort of new anti-Jewish, purportedly Christian right.
Yeah.
And it's sort of getting to the point now, in my opinion,
he's
where
hot.
it's not something that is going to fizzle out on its own. You need people that have spent a lot of time looking at these ideologies, know how to respond to them, are familiar with all of the different intricacies, the talking points. And I've been posting about this sort of thing for 3 or 4 years now, and quite a few years before that, having personal interactions with these type of guys in person and online. And so when I made my account, my intention was to just be a resource for information on the Third Reich, information regarding Christianity and Nazism and their incompatibility. And it seemed like when I first made my account, there was a lot of hunger for that. People were hearing a lot of conflicting information around that topic, and my account took off. So I never expected it to get to the point that I would be people be interested in my personal opinion about anything beyond just sharing historical references and things like that. But I think as some of this has become a little bit more mainstream, it's become necessary to speak out against it more vocally, and now I guess put my face on it too. So,
Well, I appreciate you doing it. You knew when you chose Hitler Hates Christ, like you were picking a fight. And I think that one of the biggest problems that we have in the country really right now is the anonymity of the internet. It provides real opportunities. So I think of what you've been doing as sort of like writing under Publius and writing the Federalist Papers. Like, you've been doing really important work, and sometimes important work needs to be done with anonymity, and in particular,
Very
in the
important
beginning.
work. Yeah, we need Pine Sap
Ultimately,
versus
if we don't
this
put
guy.
our face to our work, we just make it possible for all this bot infiltration that's happening.
The bots, bro.
All the sort of manufactured
forget the
social proof
bots,
that's
dude.
happening. So I always appreciate any
This is
time somebody
why-
kind of steps out from behind.
This is why I stepped out of anonymity, so I could be the PR person for U-Bull, so I could promote his film Citizen Vigilante, out now, so I could promote his magnum opus, the greatest film I've ever seen, Citizen Vigilante.
Their anonymous handle and decides to put their face on what they say. It lets everybody know that they're a real person. I think it couldn't be more important. So thanks.
That's why I had to show my face to promote U-Bull's film Citizen Vigilante, starring Armie Hammer, the Hungarian Jewish cannibal. Sorry.
using this as the platform to do it.
yeah, thanks for having me.
John, we're going to use a lot of language today, and I think it's probably good, especially for an audience that probably isn't familiar with all the terms. There are concepts that are kind of common to those of us who are engaging with these.
Hitler was a Catholic. I don't think it really matters what religion he was, dude. No, not gonna lie. I don't think it matters that much.
ideas. But Normie America, while it's starting to encounter some of these things, really, I don't think has taken any sort of deep dive. Even Christian nationalism. Tell us what it is. Still man it for us. What is the case for Christian nationalism?
Well, it's a book written by Stephen Wolfe, who's a friend of mine. It's also, I think, a broad concept that has been used as a catch-all for Christians who want to be involved in politics and they conceive of the nation or the empire, whatever you want to conceive America as identifying as Christian. And so they want Christian laws, Christian identity, Christian mores, Christian principles in the government. And when this started becoming a topic because of media focusing on it and trying to get everyone to be scared about it, the people who used it positively started talking about things like blasphemy laws from the past, or Sabbath laws, or we're going to ban pornography. These were a lot of the discussions you saw online. The discussion has moved more into focus on Israel and the Jewish people more broadly. There's, of course, also still people talking about our identity as Americans. What does American heritage mean? So there's a lot of discussions going on, but I think there has been a shift in the conversation.
Hitler hated Apollo, and that's why I can't
on the
support him.
internet. And there's people who are essentially neo-Nazi in their ideology, like the Stone Choir podcast, who will use that term of themselves. And there's also guys who are more paleo-conservative, like Stephen Wolfe, who like to use the term. So because it's so broadly used, it's hard to define, and you need to ask someone what they mean by it if they claim it for themselves, I think.
Stone Choir played a big part in your journey. Tell us a little bit about what they do and that aspect of Christian nationalism, and maybe how it's distinct from, say, the paleo-conservative argument.
Yeah, I come at this sort of from an interesting direction.
Dude, that's crazy. Why do people in the manosphere look that way, dude? You know what I mean? It's like, why? It's like, dude, I don't know. It's very odd.
Spent 20 years in the New Age, a little bit like Lucas Gage, who you spoke with last week. And so in that world, Holocaust denialism isn't framed in sort of racial, ethnic terms. It's more as if like we've been lied to about history, and to sort of create this parasitic kind of grid over the world, if you could think of things that way. And so that was the world that I was discipled in. And so then I find my way into Reformed Christianity. I find the Stone Choir podcast, and they're approaching that issue, and they're approaching the issues of Jewish influence. And I've been discipled by the internet. I'm arrogant, I'm vain, I'm proud. And I think because I grew up in a Jewish family, I can handle these topics. And I was wrong. I was very wrong.
Brother Jewish man. Bro grew up in a Jewish family, still ended up hating Jews. That's crazy, bro. You need to pick a side, bro.
So a pastor intervened. I posted the podcast. It was a 6-hour podcast, longest podcast
You
ever done.
interviewing them.
Me interviewing them, yeah. So I posted the podcast, and that day, that morning actually, the night before, a pastor named Joel Ellis, he saw that. He and I were friends. I had been attending his church for a while. I wasn't a member yet, but he stayed up all night, late into the night, praying over what to do, and woke up early praying what to do, and decided to intervene in my life. And so he emailed me that morning, and he sent screenshots of a telegram that one of the hosts, the co-hosts of Stone Choir, Corey Mahler, had. And the screenshots that he sent me showed me who it was I had really been talking to. The one that really stands out in my mind said, "We will win down here, and then we will make the enemies of God suffer." And as soon as I saw that, I realized I'm in way over my head, and I had not done my research, and I had failed. So I posted a repentance tweet for hosting the podcast, pulled it immediately, said, "This is entirely on me. It's my own failure of
Bro
research.
posted a
I failed
repentance
to do my
tweet.
due diligence." And I expected that would
It's just so like womanly, where it's like, all right, you know what? Just do shit, dude. Just do like stuff. You don't need to. It's okay, bro. It's okay. You did a podcast. You talk to somebody. Okay. I don't know. So many people are slaves, dude.
be the end of it. But it wasn't. There was an outpouring of rage at me, completely unexpected. I had no idea. I did just a short repentance tweet. I just pulled it. Didn't say anything about them, really. I said, "I repent for associating with views that I found reprehensible," something like that. Like, I didn't want to be associated with that. I didn't say they should be deplatformed or anything like that. But the tweet did 250,000 views, and the vitriol and the hatred that I received was really shocking to me. And I felt that after that point, that it was as if I had been in a very dark cave and something very large had brushed up against me in the dark. And I realized I had touched something that was much bigger than I realized. And so it was after that that I found the book Black Sun by Nicholas Goodrick Clark, which I recommend. You can get the Kindle edition free, first 50 pages. And I read that and I realized what it was I had contacted. And that sent me on the journey that's led me here today.
Is the Christian nationalism movement primarily online?
I would say so. There's certainly politicians who have used the label. A good friend of mine, Dusty Devers, has used that label in Oklahoma on the state level. And of course, there's people like, I think, Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene who have used the term. But it's more popular online than it seems to be in actual campaigns for political office.
When politicians have invoked it, do you think that they're invoking it sort of for the sound or for the actual substance? Christian nationalism, I mean, it has one can imagine that it's really just a way of saying that I'm one of the cool kids, right? I'm one of the cool kids and I'm Christian. But then it also has substantive meaning. Or do you think that they're invoking that?
It's hard to say with all of them. I know Dusty the best, and I think he has very pure motives, and he looks at it as, I just want the country to return to a state of normalcy where things were more Christian. It seems like they're less Christian now. And he's hoping that voters see it that way too. So return to moral standards that were slackening, especially under Biden. So I do think there's a way this has been used that people with good motives have tried to use it. There's obviously people, I mentioned the Stone Choir podcast before, who see it as something that's adjacent to or in league with other ideas like National Socialism. So again, the problem is it is somewhat of a catch-all term, and it's developing. And this is one of the issues with the internet is these terms come into being.
Yeah. It's super scary, guys, and super serious. And it's like, it's just like midlife crisis people. These are just like midlife crisis people, and it's like, dude, none of this is that serious. It's like a lack of meaning and a lack of searching for things, and it's like people try to pick a struggle instead of like your own life, and it's like the real struggle is finding meaning in your own life and finding like a purpose, finding hobbies, finding projects, taking care of your children. That's the real meaning of life, right? It's like a very simple, but it's not very flattering. It's not very like the idea that your life is boiled down into this mundane thing of like take care of your kids, be a good husband, be a good father, have hobbies, work on things, you know, have a garage or have a shed where you're fiddling around with like sticks and, you know, and hammers and nails, and you're feeding birds or you're whatever, mowing your lawn. That is actually the purpose of your life. And it's not to prevent a Holocaust or cause a Holocaust or to kill people or, you know, prevent rape gangs or be a raper or to have a jet and a yacht or to kill people who have jets and yachts. It's literally just to like live your life. Like that's like the actual meaning of life is little things and like, you know, and I guess people either don't have certain things, but it's like people hit a certain age and they're like, when you're a college student, you care about stuff because you are a kid. You're retarded, so you're like going to the world. And you're like, whoa, it's like super important. And I guess people just never grow out of that. Some people just they go from, well, it's not politics. Now it's like being in business. Well, it's not being in business. Now it's this. But there's never like this moment of self-reflection where it's like, you know, it's actually none of that. It's not any of this. Nothing is actually that important. My life isn't that important. But to me, my life is very important because I'm me, right? So like in the grand scheme of things, my life is meaningless. In a very local scale of like my life and my existence, what I'm doing is actually super important because I am me and I have this experience. And my like reality is actually the only real thing in my life. Now there's other real realities. The reality is much bigger, but I'm me and my existence and my comfort and my purpose. It's actually incredibly unimportant, but also the most important thing in the world. And it seems like these people never get to that level where it's like they have to slot into some giant plan and some giant thing where it's super meaningful. And it's super, super important that we stop Nazism. And I think the flip side is it's super important that we save the country or that we are Nazis. When in reality, it's like we're just like life goes on. And in the grand scheme of things, none of us are important. Humans aren't important. The earth isn't important in the grand scheme of the universe. It's okay. Because individually, life is actually really important, right? It's like your relationship with your kids or your relationship with your wife or your business you're working on or your, your retro video games you're collecting. All that stuff is super important on a personal level, but it's not that important on a global scale, and that's okay. And the ability for things that are not important to succeed is actually very, meaningful. Like the fact that things that aren't super meaningful, things that aren't like going to change the world, the fact that they're allowed to happen, and the fact that you're allowed to like do things that are silly, whether it's like work on a video game or start a family or buy flowers for your wife or, take your kids out to go fishing or, have a hobby collecting records, something retarded. The fact that all that stuff is completely meaningless, but it's allowed to happen and the universe doesn't stop it from happening. And God doesn't say you're not allowed to do it and you have to spend all your time being a slave to some great cause. That's what actually is special, is the fact that like the non-special things that are silly are totally able to happen and you're able, like that's actually allowed and given space. And not everything is optimized. To be human is to be unoptimized and to be like frivolous and stupid and not be perfect. And that's what being human is about, is like there's actually something important in things that are unimportant. There's actually something beautiful in things that are ugly. There's actually something good in things that are bad.
Yeah. And they take a life of their own, and they go places that maybe even the people who create.
But yeah, these people are just like they can't seem to accept that life is just every day just do a little bit of boring things, and that's how you get something that's cool at the end. Everything has to be this huge, giant goal you're working towards instead of just being like this, working on things, getting things done.
Created them, never intended.
Speak for yourself. I do. And I speak for you, too. I speak for the trees. I speak for you, even if you don't realize it. Even if you say I can't, I always speak for everybody. I speak for humanity.
You consider yourself today a Christian nationalist?
I've never used the label of myself.
Okay.
So people have attributed.
Bro doesn't believe in himself. He doesn't believe he exists. He's kind of a esoteric guy.
Me, I'm just a Christian. I'm an American. I'm a conservative. I've called myself a paleocon before. So
Can you just react to Sophie Rain already? What is there to react to? I don't know. I do think there is like a cultural. It might just be an ethnic thing too. I don't know, like commenting on people and commenting on people's like appearance is like, or like, oh, this person's hot or not. I don't think it's a gay thing. I just think it's a very cultural thing that I wasn't raised to do. This person's hot. This person's not. Oh, this one's a real looker. It's like, I remember once I was driving with a friend and like, this was a kid, and like they went out of their way to say like some girl who was like walking was like hot on the street. Right, some girl who just, well, not like street walking, but she was on the street and she was walking, and like they pointed out, I was like, "Whoa, look at that girl!" And I remember thinking to myself, I was like, "What are we talking about here? Like, what?" It's like very like weird. I was like, "Okay," I wasn't like that. I was like, "Okay," but in my head, I'm like, what? Are we like Are we focusing on the road? I don't know. Are we driving or are we like gawking at people? I don't know. It might just be an ethnic, like Northern European thing versus non-Northern European thing. To be honest, quite honest, not that there's anything horrible with like saying, "Oh, this person's hot" or not, but the way I was raised, it wasn't like that was even talked about. Like it wasn't even like, "Don't act like this." It was just like something that would never pop into my head. Like, yeah, that's a sexy person. That's not a sexy person. It was like it wasn't even like in my mind. I was like doing programming and like playing sports and stuff. I don't know. Maybe it's just so maybe I'm a freak. I don't know. Hubba hubba. Yeah, it might literally just be an ethnic, like different ethnic groups do it differently. I don't know. Who knows? I don't necessarily care either way. It's a very odd thing to me. It's like all the gripers being like, Sophie Rain, hot. It's like, isn't it literally just like an OnlyFans person? What is going on here? Why do you guys care? Either way, it's like this is like a prostitute. You know, it's just the high IQ thing. I only say that about guys, says Joel. Oh, you're bad, dude. Her body is nice, face is mid. Yeah, stuff like that. It's like, what ethnicity are you? Are you like, I don't know. I don't know. It's just a weird thing to me. I don't get it. I'm not like put off by it because I've seen it happen enough where people say it. But I always just kind of wondered like what's going on here. Is this kind of the internal monologue of retarded people? You know, French. Yeah, that makes sense. You're French. French people. I hate French people. Ugh, French people. No, when I went to France was really cool. I liked France a lot. Paris was really nice. People treated me nicely. I got along with everybody. I had fun. Did karaoke. I had a lot of fun with the French people. So I don't, France is awesome. I love France.
Read like Chronicles magazine and
Jester. Bro's a jester. Bro's a jester. No, France is cool. Good food, good people. Good fun. Cool. It's so much cooler than any city in America that Paris is in terms of like the architecture. It's so much more beautiful. Like the way the streets are set up and the way like if you go to New York City, it's like the buildings are so tall and it's like it's kind of oppressive. Whereas if you go to France, it's like it's much more airy and it's like way more open. So it's very like if you feel part of the city, you don't feel like you're like in like a ghetto. You don't feel like you're in like a gross, oppressive, annoying, thing that insists upon itself. The French really know like the light and the air. Like they kind of like reflections and like light. They do a lot of things with mirrors in terms of how like the spaces are set up. They understand how to do the scale properly in a way that you don't really have in a lot of places in cities in America or whatever. They seem to have it like I think it's just an older city, like the way like the vertical. I think there's a law. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure there's a law in Paris in terms of like how high buildings can be, and it actually like it's like pretty nice. Like it's very wise. Like it's like actually way more human and pro-social. And France is Africa now, dude. I was in Paris in November. France is not Africa, dude. Any city, whether Chicago or New York City or Miami, is like literally the ghetto compared to like Paris, dude. What are you talking about? Clav said it was though. Clav is a 19-year-old retard, dude. He's like I don't know how to put it kindly, but he's like a mentally ill 19-year-old. Like, yeah, any American city. I guess Madison, Wisconsin is not. Milwaukee is not. Green Bay is not. Those are peak white areas for white people. But besides those three cities, yeah, dude, Paris is beautiful. Good food. We had some mussels, and it's just delicious. Some nice. What is that bread with like the ham on it, or whatever it's called? But yeah, delicious. We would go outside. We smoke cigarettes. And you kind of you go to a cafe. You get a drink. You get some cigarettes. You talk with your friends, and then you go to the next bar, or you go to the next area. You get another drink. You smoke some more cigarettes outside, and you talk with your friends. I think that might have been it too. Like when we were hanging out with people who were friends with socially in like a real sense, and so it was comfy. So we had like people who are native to there, native Parisians or whatever, and you go, you smoke, you drink, and then you go outside, you drink enough, and it's very jambon bleu, is that what it is? And it was comfy, It's a very pro-social thing, and yeah, I don't know, very very nice. I don't know. I'm sure there are ghetto areas, but why, if you're going on vacation, why would you go to a ghetto area of a place? Like, it's like, yeah, you can go to, if you're gonna go to, if I was gonna go to on vacation to somewhere in America, why would I go to the ghetto of that area? You know what I mean? It's like you should compare the nice areas of where you go, like, because that's where people are going. So like a nice area of New York versus a nice area of Paris, 100%. The Paris area is like more comfy, and everything's cheaper too. Like even in Paris, it's like some of the food is expensive, but like you compare the food prices of some of the places in Paris versus like the food area of like New York City in a nice area, it's just like ridiculous. And the food's better too. Like the food just genuinely, like the way the food is, it's like a way healthier, like kind of like portions, and like tastes way better. The food is way nicer. Um, it's France, they smoke a ton, or Paris is like they smoke a ton, but it's like people are healthier looking, and like people are happier looking. It's way more like chill, like the vibe in terms of like being out at night and drinking and smoking. Way better vibe. I'm sure, once again, I'm sure there's ghettos, but it's um way nicer. Yummy curries. Nah, it's good food. I don't know. You guys are less cultured. You guys are less refined. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry it's gonna upset some of you guys, but you guys have bad taste with a lot of things. You guys have bad taste with a lot of things. It's okay, but it is true. Like Paris is awesome and it's cool. And I'm sure there's ghetto areas that suck. But Europe, there's a lot of cool areas. America, I'd much rather live in America, but in terms of like saying Paris sucks, it doesn't. It's cool. It's cool. And then you go to the south of France or whatever. That's always nice too, you know. America is like awesome. Americans are the best. But it's just dishonest to say that French people are like uglier, and like there are very good looking Americans, but at the end of the day it's like you go to New York City, what do you see? You see a bunch of ugly brown people. You know what I mean? You're not see it's not let's not be like delusional, dude. You know what I mean? Yeah, French food is delicious, dude. It's just delicious. And you don't feel it feels healthier,
That kind of stuff.
you know. I will say the trolling is funny, but at a certain point we have to be like honest, where it's like, oh, would you rather hang out in Paris or would you rather hang out in New York City? Would you rather hang out in Chicago or would you rather hang out in Paris? If you had to vacation somewhere, you have three choices: Chicago, or four choices: Chicago, New York City, Miami, or Paris. Let's ask ourselves, I wonder which I would choose if I had four choices. Get real, guys. Come on. Get real. Let's stop being retarded. Oh, yeah, I'd much rather hang out with New York City or Chicago than Paris. Oh, I'd much rather be in Miami than Paris. It's like, no, you wouldn't. Are you retarded? Now, if somebody asked me, would you rather hang out in Madison, Wisconsin, or would you rather hang out in Milwaukee or Paris? I'll be in Milwaukee. Okay, Milwaukee, beautiful. They call Paris the Milwaukee of Europe for a reason, you know. But if you're not including Green Bay, Milwaukee, or Madison, Wisconsin, easy Paris. You know what I mean?
Paul Gottfried. I mean, those are the guys that I like to read. But I saw some hope in the Christian nationalist thing, especially initially, that there were guys who were talking about restoring Christian values and Christian understandings and Christian identity to their local municipalities, on the state level, on the federal, national level. And that was something to be hopeful for. Now, I don't know that it's kind of trailed off. I don't know if it has the electoral power that people who were positive about it were hoping it would have. But I don't think it's going away necessarily. There's new terms obviously being used. New Christian right is a term that got coined for people that didn't necessarily want the label Christian nationalist. They were part of the new Christian right. Now, though, Joel Webbin's kind of taken that for his own brand. So that term has been sort of used now for something very specific. So it's very hard on the internet to determine what these words necessarily mean in the moment, because once I define it tomorrow, it might take on a new life.
Yeah, I mean, it is funny how singular personalities online.
Parts of Chicago are cool, but yeah, no contest Paris. Yeah, it's once again, it's like, I don't know. It's just like, and also, why would people in France like clavicular? Have we like I don't know, people are delusional. They think it's like meaningful. It's like, dude, streamers are parasites. They're like scum of the earth. It's like they do nothing. There's nothing about streamers are literally just like parasites. So it's like, why wouldn't they just like make fun of him? You know what I mean? It's like, why not? Who cares? Except for Chud the Builder. Yeah, Chud the Builder is actually legit.
Mind can lay claim to broadly applicable terms, like the way Nick Fuentes did with America First, right? You've got a term that has always had meaning, and it kind of has a storied history in
Except for Chud the Builder, who has a man on a mission and we all respect.
our country, but certainly in 2015, 2016 was not being invoked by, say, Donald Trump to possess everyone off, but also to do the same thing, to
Imagine French Chud the Builder. No, I would say, and this is what I've said in the past, like France is, or like, France is like what America is like American. Like America is actually France, and France is actually America. And what I mean by that is like, there is a lot of multi-culti crap in France. Everyone seems so much happier in France. Everyone seems so much way less neurotic in terms of like, everyone seems like, it's not like there's not people who are unhappy, but there's a lack of mental illness. There's a mental health aspect in France that people have, and despite being multicultural, it's like they actually are multicultural and they're happy with it. Whereas in America, it's like it's multicultural, but everyone's weird about it and like freak the fuck out about it all the time. And like France is really America, and America is really France. And when you figure that out, you'll be much wiser for it.
this term that's being used for purposes that I didn't think were appropriate. And
A lot of people aren't going to understand what I just said. They're not going to. How can France be America and America be France? One day you'll understand, because America is the cultural capital of the world, and France is really like the be free, like be yourself, be free, capital of the world. Whereas America is really the most culturally relevant place in the world, and France is really the most American place in the world.
claim a kind of ownership over it so that you could imbue it with a particular meaning. I felt like that'd be kind of taking a page out of their playbook. But
Well, if I could just
Yeah, Chicago. I'd say Chicago's nicer than New York City in terms of the light, in terms of the way, like the space. But it's not as good. France is better, where it's just like they do like the height of the houses and the spacing of the houses, and the like the light and the reflection mirrors and light. They're like way better at. Like they just there's like a sense of it, of like taste in it, where it's just not. You're not gonna really find that. It's probably just a French thing, but it's just one of those things people don't really get.
say something that's to clarify for everyone, maybe you would want the discussion to go this direction. I don't know, but I think
we have no plan.
we have no plan. That's very encouraging. So you guys aren't dispensationalists then. You don't have a chart. There's no plan. It's all kind of out there.
Yeah, I essentially have no eschatology.
Okay, all right. So I think that there's a lot of post-liberal ideas that are gaining momentum. And post-liberal ideas, that's a wide box. When you open that box up, there could be bad things, there could be good things. So I don't like liberalism. I see myself as more pre-modern, pre-liberal. So I guess you could say post-liberal. I want to challenge some of the liberal assumptions. But there's also people who want to challenge what they see as liberal assumptions, and they want to go in some of the directions that Ethan and Will have been talking about. And so Christian nationalism has borne the weight of just being Christians, I think, who want to be post-liberal.
Mhm.
They want to conceive of nations as real organic entities and not just ideas. They want to look at identity as something that's more fulfilling and holistic than just an idea that you have in your head. So challenging the proposition nation idea has been a big part of this. And I think
Do you believe that America is not a proposition nation?
I challenge it. Yeah.
Challenge it.
Okay. Well, I guess we're going here. So I think that nations, and this is a biblical view from my estimation, are formed organically as families move and they populate and they form folkways over time. So you see that in Genesis 11, Genesis 10, starting in Genesis 10. And then we see in the nation of Israel, there's an example given of specific laws that benefit them. And there's an integration process into a covenant. And there are people that can be part of it, but they have to They have to come in at a certain scale. It's not like the mass immigration we've had, and they have to identify with the people. Like the best example is probably Ruth. Your people will be my people. Your God, my God. So that's the integration. It's not strictly
Light plus space equals luxury is a well-known rule of architecture and interior design. Paul Taylor Mill. That's what I mean. It's just like at the end of the day, like clavicular is fine. I like the trolling, honestly. The clavicular trolling is fine. It's just, I think people are delusional, dude. It's like people are just retarded, and it's just like I've reached the limit. I've reached my limit. I've reached my limit of like going along with retardation. It's like clavicular is retarded, dude.
reducible to ideas. There's ideas that are part of this, but it's a real tangible, very organic reality. It's like a family. And so
Right.
that's how I look at nations, and I think America's an empire with multiple nations.
In what way is the history of America, though, not propositional?
Well, that's kind of an interesting way to word the question. I would probably
It's like at the end of the day, French people and Americans are like this. They both think they're not, but at the end of the day, French people and Americans are like the only ones that are like alive. Like in Europe, France is like the only country that's like legit. Every other country is like a slave, a Zog slave. France is based, okay? And like it or not, French people and Americans are the same. They're literally the same. They're brother, sister countries, and people don't get it yet. People don't understand. You know, think about France even supporting the American Revolution. Without France, we wouldn't exist, guys. All right. So, I will defend the French against non-French Americans saying horrible things. Because French people are cool, and the French language is so much cooler. France is like so much cooler, dude. French people are so much cooler than other European people.
push back and say, like, in what way is it propositional? Because I think
Well, for the history of this country, the concept of
And French food is literally the best food in Europe. Let's be real, okay? Let's just be really real. French food is better than Italian food by far, easily. Okay, let's just be real. Perhaps there's some hatred of the French because their food is superior. Okay.
America as being creedal or propositional has always been part of our founding narrative.
right.
So we're not a country without a proposition. We're not a country without a creed.
The only
There are
food
many,
better
many
than French
countries-
food is German food. Because it's all schnitzel. Schnitzel is better than any French food. And sauerkraut. But with if you get rid of the schnitzel and sauerkraut, French food is the best.
Probably the vast majority of countries that have ever existed have not been formed around a proposition or a creed. Some have. I think Israel probably more than any other than America. I mean, in this case, both modern and historic Israel were founded around an idea. Not exclusively an idea, but certainly were founded around an idea in a way that, say, Britain was not founded around an idea. Britain was founded really around a geography, and then
Nah, French food too fancy? Dude, there's normal French peasant food. Like, French peasant food is fine. You know, not everything has to be fancy. It's just, you can have normal food, like bread and cheese and dairy, stuff like that.
there were wars of who would control that geography. America, unique, exceptional. And the fact of its being exceptional, the fact of it being creedal, the fact of it being an experiment. The American experiment is not a term of modernity or a term of the 20th century. That's part of how America has seen itself, part of America's identity from the very beginning. That is part of what's unique about this country. It's also why, on a continent the size of Europe, we have been able, for the majority of the history of the country, to be a state instead of, well, you know, if you travel as far as any one of you traveled to be here today in Europe, you're traveling over entire historic languages, historic currencies, historic militaries that warred against one another for centuries. We were able to be a cohesive nation for the last 250 years, in part because we were bound by something more than, well, geography wasn't enough to describe it. Ancestry wasn't enough to describe it because America's always had large amounts of migration. I think that if we want to talk about migration since the 1960s. You have some real problems there that I think have been incredibly deleterious to the health of the nation. You know, if you put too much blue dye into a cup of red water, the water is going to turn purple and then blue. If you put a drop every now and then, the water stays red. Basically, the red overwhelms the blue. That's what it means to integrate. That's what it means to have a melting pot society. So if you're saying we overwhelm the safeguards that would make it possible for us to bring in people and have them become American, of course, those are all, I don't think you'd find any pushback from any major conservative on the idea that that's been deleterious to the country. But if you say that America isn't creedal or isn't propositional, then I think that you're essentially saying that America is completely other than it has ever identified itself, because it has always identified itself along these lines as being a place where that drew a particular set of people from around the world who shared a particular desire to take part in this experiment, a particular desire to make their own way, to be free from the kind of government overreach that existed in almost every other place on earth. There's a reason that America has done so well at producing modernity. Part of it is that we have a system of largely free enterprise, largely not a caste system, not a system in which you're trapped in your tax bracket. You can have upward mobility. You can make something of yourself here in a way, just because of this, strictly because of the economic system that you probably couldn't have in other places. But that's not the only reason. We also drew to this country because of the proposition, because of the creed, because of the experiment. We drew from around the world the kind of people who wanted to take those kinds of risks, who wanted to try to stand on their own, who wanted to see what they were capable of becoming. Whereas I don't think that all, contra some of the bad ideas that we had at the very beginning of the 21st century, it turns out man doesn't, by and large, long for freedom. That's not a complete answer for what motivates people around the world, but it is what motivated the majority of people who crossed oceans to be here over the last 250 years. That's not, I mean, there is a reason that the migration all moved one direction and people were being drawn to this family. And I would say that is the idea. That is the ethos of the country, not just the sort of ethnic background of the country, which was always very diverse.
If I can interject real fast,
wish,
you
please.
did just mention there in what you just said that it's a family.
Mhm.
So a family is largely, you have natural portions to your family that are when you have kids and they're born into your family, but other people can be adopted into your family, and your family has principles, right? I don't think that America is purely racial, ethnic, cultural, anything like that, because people aren't any of those things alone, right? And so I think maybe, and John can kind of clarify that a little bit, but it was interesting you used the word family there because it seemed to be like kind of what you were inferring a second ago, but you seem to think maybe, John, that was outside of.
Well, you also talked about
creedal.
particularity. So, the Declaration of Independence itself, which I think America predates that because you had settlers coming hundreds of years before that document. But even in that document, the majority of the document is about rights as British subjects being abrogated by the king, essentially. So you get to the Constitution, and it's for ourselves and our posterity. You have these various states who have their own identities, their own religious tests, their own particularities. And I think of George Washington's farewell address, where he tries to say to this diverse country, diverse because there's 4 British pathways here, folkways, that, hey, you all have the same language, the same customs, the same religion. So you're Americans, you need to stick together. He doesn't talk about you all have the same ideas about freedom or equality or market participation, which I grant you, I think everything you said is true as far as the immigration has come here because there's opportunity. We had a lot of frontier, natural resources, and we did because of a very particular ethos that developed over hundreds of years in Great Britain especially. We had a common law system that I think allowed people to exercise even their free market advantages. And so, yeah, I think these things can be, they're not necessarily in disagreement, but to sort of get it back on.
Well, I'm only challenging the idea that we're not a proposition nation. I'm not challenging the idea that a nation is more than a proposition.
Well, it depends what you mean by proposition nation. If America is reducible to an idea that you can just say, I'm for freedom.
No,
and
but
now
America is inseparable from the idea.
Well, every family, every culture, every group has to have ideas.
And I don't think that America is just one of many. I don't think that we're of a kind with every other nation. We have a very unique founding, and our founding was intellectual in a way that the founding of most nations has not been intellectual. It was an experiment. There was an idea at the genesis of this country is also an idea.
Well, when was the genesis in your mind?
Well, the founding of the country is 250 years ago, and it was not a country before that.
Okay, so that might be where. So I think 1607 is where it really starts.
Tell me why.
And then because that's when you have the first English settlers come to
But
what
they-
is presently the United
But they were
States.
English settlers. They were subjects of the crown of Britain.
So politically speaking, but culturally speaking, and the way that all the founders identified before they went to war with Great Britain was they were British subjects. And
Yeah.
so they brought all of that with them into the formation of this new legal entity that they formed. And I did a documentary on this called the 1607 Project. And we can keep talking about this if you want, but I think one of the things that's interesting about the discussion we're having is one of the knee-jerk reactions I've seen, and I'm not calling you a liberal, but I know that more liberal-minded people make this, is that if you define yourself as anything other than a proposition, it feels exclusive, it feels like you're being racist of some kind, you're saying a particular group and not other groups. And this has been the basis upon which people have gone after Christian nationalism and all the other things that we're going to probably talk about. But I do think, I'm obviously sitting here, there are things that I find concerning. I see hints of 19th century progressivism and bioreductionism, racial essentialism, things that are brought in from other foreign countries, like the neo-Nazi stuff is not sourced here. And those are things that I find very repulsive. There's also a lot of anti-biblical ideas floating around out there. And so I've made my stand on two things, really, that there's a political liability that is entering the Christian domain. And there's also a spiritual threat that's going on, especially in a rise in ecumenical thinking that, hey, as long as these guys are like anti-Israel or anti-Jewish or something like that, we can get together under the banner Christ is King, like Joel Webbon's conference that's coming up. He's got people, one of his speakers thinks that there's a God in you, and everyone has one, and no God is better than the other, and he's going to be speaking under the banner of Christ is King, which is a deeply theological statement. If Christ is truly king, then we have to submit to him. He owns us, and this is the Christ of the Bible is a particular person. And so if you do a conference and the majority of your speakers are, he's Baptist pastor, they're not even Protestant. And then there's some that have very dubious actions and professions and
I'm
connections.
back. Sorry,
to
guys.
things
I
that are
have to
not
go.
Christian.
Not go,
Then-
but I have to get up in a minute. The police are at the door. The landlord's trying to evict me. PowerChat.live/Paultown. The landlord's trying to evict me, and I don't have any money, so I'm holding them off. I told them they said, "Is this Paultown?" I said, "I don't know who that is," and I went away. But I'll probably have to get up in another minute. They're bringing SWAT. So I was watching Citizen Vigilante, and so I'm building a structure. I'm building a structure inside with scrap metal. And it's a shame it had to come to this. It's a shame it had to come to this, me being evicted because I don't have any money. And also no lighting because I don't know how to do proper lighting. But it is what it is. You guys can, spend your money watching Sophie Rain OnlyFans content, I guess. I guess that's what the Groypers are up to now. Jerking their little wieners to OnlyFans people. Hey, look, I can't make you spend your money helping children with cancer. That's what I do with my money. So if you guys want to jerk off to OnlyFans, hey, if that's what America First is now, when I'm under the bridge injecting heroin in like a week, that's life. That's life, but I got to do what I got to do. So I'm going to get up in a minute again to do that.
And what are you telling your audience? These are the people that know about Christ being king. Well, that's not Christianity. So I see that as a threat.
Oh, but that's because Christ
yeah.
is king. That's because Christ is king is a political statement and
right.
not
You
a
goon
religious
to kids
statement.
with cancer? No, I help them. When I'm not streaming, I'm at the cancer kids shelter. A lot of people don't even know there are. They know about homeless shelters. They don't know about cancer shelters. But that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing with all my time. Oh, that's the police. I gotta be back. I'll be back in a minute.
Christ is Lord is a religious statement.
That's right.
That's right. That's a confession of faith.
I've actually argued this with some Catholic employees of mine. You know, probably wasn't the smartest thing to talk about at work, but I said, you know, Christ is King is not a that's not a
Snake sent
traditionally
$5
Christian
homeless vigilante.
statement. And he said, well, that's not true. I'm Catholic. You know, we have lots of churches that are named Christ the King, and we have, you know, conferences Christ the King. We have. Well, I said, yeah, Christ the King is not what I'm saying. Christ is King is a political statement. Christ the King is a reference to Christ, who, of course, is King of Kings and Lord of Lords. I'm not saying that the idea that Christ is King is itself anathema to Christianity. Of course, it isn't. We believe that Christ is King. But the expression Christ is King as a political statement is not the same as a church being named Christ the King. That's right. It is a distinct concept. Christ is Lord. Of course, Jesus is Lord.
You could complete the sentence. Christ is King of the Jews.
Of the Jews. Well,
Yeah.
Christ is King of Kings. Christ is King of the Jews is a statement by Pilate.
Right, right.
I mean, it's not a. That's not a
Well, it's
title that Jesus wore.
It's prophetic, though. He's going to be seated on David's throne. I mean, this is that's the sort of irony of it, I suppose. You know, the Pharisees didn't like it.
Right.
But
Christ as King is the weaponization of Christianity in the
That's right.
public dialogue. It's pretty transparently that. And I wish everyone who said Christ is King had the courage to get on their live stream and also confess Christ is Lord and be held to that standard as opposed to the political standard they profess instead.
That's right. Christ is King is of a kind with, you know, people shouting God is great in Arabic. Like true enough. True enough, but if you hear somebody shout it on a bus, you don't think amen. That's not like the first thing that comes to your mind.
You know, he's right.
the theme of Matthew, though, is the kingship of Christ. Like, that is the theme of that gospel. So, I mean, there is truth in that, but the question is always, what Christ, and in what sense is he king? And if we water it down to just a political message, that means we're all anti-Israel.
Well, but I'm saying that it's not watering it down. It is its exclusive purpose as it is currently invoked. The invocation today of Christ as King in public discourse is not to advance Matthew's perspective on
the messianic claims of Christ.
The messianic claims of Christ. It has nothing to do with Christ sitting on the throne of David. It's a political statement that's meant to be exclusionary. And it's a political statement that's both meant to exclude the Jews. You could say it's meant to exclude everyone who isn't Christian, but I don't actually think that that's what it's meant to do, to your point.
Yeah.
It's only meant to exclude the Jews. And it's meant to undermine the idea of the American founding. You know,
We're back.
It's meant to, it's a rejection of liberalism per se, of the entire idea of self-government or democratic.
What happened with the show? Did I?
Government. It's
Why
a
are Jews being
invocation
targeted?
of the idea of essentially a sort of integralist view that the church should run the government in a monarchical way. Those are the two ways that it's actually being invoked. It's not being invoked in any sort of...
Maybe from the big heavy hitters.
Yeah.
Like Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens. Or...
Of course, a lot of people and this is why I asked about the politicians and the term Christian nationalism. A lot of people end up using terms that they don't know what the connotative meaning of the term is. And so, you know, I've said this before, not every Catholic is an integralist. In fact, most Catholics have never heard the term Catholic integralism. And not every Catholic who uses the term Catholic integralist is a Catholic integralist. It's a term that becomes popular in the vernacular,
Right.
and it seems to mean that you think Catholicism is integral
Right.
to life. And so, of course, you go, well, yeah, I'm one of those. I take my Catholicism very seriously. It's like, well, yeah, but you're associating yourself now with an intellectual and philosophical movement.
It operates like Black Lives Matter.
Exactly.
Same thing. And that's
Exact
been
same thing.
deployed with It's Okay to Be White and some other scenarios where the point is to get you to do a dialogue kind of like you just did, which will be clipped.
Which will be clear.
You know, and you know that. To say like, oh, Jeremy Boring denies that Christ is king. He says when you say if you think Christ is king, that means, you know, that you deny America or something, right? But you're right. It's the same way. Just like, well, I don't support Black Lives Matter. Do you think Black lives don't matter?
That's right.
Yeah.
You know, that and for people that are honest, they can tell that's happening. But the internet spaces that we all live and swim in
Are
are
not honest.
honest spaces. And you're not dealing with honest actors. You're dealing with people who are broadly of very low character, that will say things to get clicks online, to get any eyeballs that they can, whether they are domestic or foreign. And so part of it is trying to figure out how to walk that line. I attended a protest of a drag show for kids in Dallas. This was years and years ago, and ultimately ended up with me being doxxed by Antifa at the time, actually.
Bro went to a drag show. Look how he's smiling, thinking about how he went to a drag show for children. Crazy. That's crazy. Many years ago, I was at a drag show for children.
And at this protest, there were a whole bunch of people there that were justifiably very angry at this
I
happening.
can tell this guy hates paganism. Yeah, guys, we're just doing paganism now, honestly, straight up. We're not even going to be Christian anymore, bro. We're just pagans. Not even gonna lie, dude. I've been talking with Dan G a lot, and he just keeps telling me how awesome paganism is. And I'm like, you know what? I'll just be a pagan now. Fuck it.
It was a drag show for kids in a gay bar in Dallas. And just unbelievably depraved. And a lot of young guys are outside this event, and they're protesting. And they're out shouting, Christ is king, you know, and everybody's like kind of on board with this. And then that same group of guys starts shouting sexual slurs and cursing very loudly and all these things. And I remember very distinctly there's this woman that was there with me with her child. She was a pro-life advocate. And she immediately turned on a dime and had to leave with her child.
Yeah.
Because these guys that were shouting Christ is king had become so consumed with their justifiable frustration and anger at the situation that they began just being depraved themselves, right? It sort of consumed them. And so, you know, what you're saying is correct about what that phrase is associated with. But the trick is to get you to go, oh, you know, you don't think Christ is king. That's the game.
The beauty for me, though, is that I've had enough success in my life that I don't have to have any more.
That's right.
This is something, dude. It's very weird. Like they consistently insisting that he's been successful. Like, dude, you're not successful, bro. You are a freak. You are a weird little freak. Me? I wouldn't say success. I guess the only success I would say, unless you have to redefine success to be like, I feel pretty content with like working on things. Like, there's a lot of things I want to have more success at. You know what I mean? It's a very nobody successful says that. That's like cope. That's a weird like, dude. You don't have any success, bro.
And that I'm sound enough in my faith in Christ that I don't need the internet to confirm it.
You don't need the validation.
I don't need the validation. And I operate from the actual perspective that most people in the land of the normie, most people who are engaging with our content online, except when we find ourselves getting incredibly niche, of course, are only superficially aware of these problems. And if we don't give them language with which to immunize themselves against these tricks when the tricks present themselves, then they'll fall into them.
Sure.
It is not good to fall into, yes, you could say it's a trap to actually describe the problem of Christ as king in the vernacular. It's also a problem to invoke the term today in the way that they want you to, because you are associating yourself now ideologically with a group of people with whom you don't actually share an ideology. Now you're aligning with Joel Webbin and the people at his conference who believe that, you know, we each have a God living in us, or whatever it is that you describe.
Right.
And you lose your ability to actually discern what's taking place.
Well, and you disarm the trap by explaining how it works.
You disarm a trap.
I remember, and people did that with BLM back in the day. And now if you ask somebody, do you support Black Lives Matter? A lot more people now than maybe 5-6 years ago will recognize that what you're asking is supporting a movement and a cause rather than just, do you think Black Lives Matter? You know,
of course.
Right. So it takes time, but you have to dismantle it and show exactly.
This one's very difficult though, because when
he did film Lady Ballers, actually. Never mind. Lady Ballers is like Citizen Vigilante prototype. Like it's like that's what inspired Citizen Vigilante was Lady Ballers.
Accuse you of not believing that Christ is king or whatever when you talk about these things. It hits you in the place that's most important to you, which is your identity as a believer. I mean, if you believe in Christ, you don't like to hear that you don't believe in Christ. It's one of the very few slanders on the internet that actually has purchase, even for those of us who have battle scars from being online.
Well, they're very sophisticated pieces of verbal weaponry that are launched through the new social media battlefield. They're like honed for that. You think about war, Civil War, World War II, they develop pieces of artillery and ammunition that are suitable for that battlefield. For the social media battlefield, terms like Black Lives Matter, Christ is King, they're very finely honed that can travel very quickly.
William _
Yo.
McGroiper just subscribed on
Thank you, William McGroiper. I appreciate it. They will never admit being wrong, only seek power and deceive. You can say that about a lot of people, dude. You can say that about a lot of people. Dude, what are you?
quickly
Never
over
mind.
that
Never mind.
battlefield.
Never mind. I won't
And so
bring it
for
up.
Black Lives Matter, I asked at the time, well, what do you mean by black? What is a black life? And what does it mean to matter? Because, for example, they didn't seem
Deep. That's deep.
too concerned about the rate of black abortions, for example. So is that counted as a black life? It sort of takes apart the ammunition in midair. The same with Christ is King. Like, well, which Christ are you talking about? The one who died on the cross for our sins? That one? What do you mean? What do you mean by is? I don't mean to be like Bill Clinton here. Like, what is the definition of is? But it is kind of important. You're talking about a present state in what sense? And then King, is this a political thing you're talking about, or are we having a theological discussion? And as soon as you begin taking apart the pieces of it, it falls apart in midair. That's the strategy that I think works anyway.
So why is this movement that we're discussing getting so much purchase online? Is it only the excesses of liberalism and a rejection of them? Is it foreign propaganda? Is it an emerging political movement and people are falling into it for along tribal lines? But what's driving it?
It's all of the above, I think. I mean, I've seen a lot of people saying it is a reaction to the excesses of liberalism, and I think there is some truth to that. But in the reading that I've done, and since my experience a couple of years ago, I decided that it wasn't simply enough to not be wrong. I wanted to be right. So I started reading a lot, and I went on a journey of reading. And so I mentioned I started with the book Black Sun by Nicholas Goodrick Clark. That led me to a book called Warrant for Genocide, which is about the Protocols of the Elders of Zion by Norman Cohn. That led me to a book called The Plot, which is like a graphic novel version about the history of the protocols, which we can get into. That led me to Room About the Jews by Stephen Eric Bronner, which led me to Kill All Normies by Angela Nagel. And finally to It Came From Something Awful by Dale Barron, which is an excellent, excellent book. And over this whole journey, I've been trying to understand these ideas that seem to emerge in the post-war kind of era. They've traveled over the past 70 years into our dialogue today, and they've had a distinct trajectory. And so I think when people say it's a reaction to liberalism, I think there is some truth to that, perhaps priming, but I think there's also been a strand running through, it's been the American right. I don't think the politics themselves are right-leaning, but it has been within the American right that's there ready and willing and waiting to be like, hey, you're asking questions, guess what? We have all the answers for you. And so these young men, driven by their disillusionment, bitterness, fatherlessness, in many cases, churchlessness, fall into this morass of bad ideas that has been waiting for them for a very long time. And it's been documented, but I think nothing's really been done about it on the political right, perhaps out of fear, cowardice, opportunism, all of the above. But it's certainly not because of the excesses of the political left. The ideas have already been there waiting.
I think a lot of it's ignorance. I'll be honest. I think there is some fear and cowardice, especially going on now, that these ideas have percolated and people are a little bit more familiar with some of these extremely dissident stuff that's out there than they were a few years ago. But I find that a huge percentage of people in real life, like, not just internet weirdo people, but people who you find and speak to that are in conservative spaces in real life, a lot of them have no idea what to do with these sort of things. Like if someone comes up and hits you with some long diatribe about dispensationalism and the Schofield Bible and how the Jews have destroyed American Christianity, your average GOP voter, your average conservative person might go to church every single Sunday, very solid Christian, has no idea what to do with that. And so some of it is it just takes time, and you have to explain to people where this stuff comes from, how to refute it. You have to get out the Schofield Bible and look at this is what it actually says, whatever. And a lot of that's not happening. And so people are left with, well, this guy's saying stuff that like makes sense if I accept his framing. I don't even have an alternative framing. What am I going to pick?
Well, that's why your work is amazing. Just so I can compliment you, like why I appreciate it so much is that you've been doing the real dirty work of that for a long time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I wrote a piece called Red Pills Without Roots for American Reformer maybe 2 years
Wow.
ago now. And there's 3 basic things, if I remember correctly, that I highlight in that. And I still think this is true. Having observed from a ministerial perspective, I led a college career group, and actually I was involved in the conversion of a guy back in 2016 who was coming from the alt-right. And the three things were number one, there is sort of a deracination element to this that I've criticized some of this because people, even me being on this show, like I'm getting all kinds of hate, I'm sure, online right now because like I've colored
Who is this person? Nobody even. Who is this person? Nobody cares, dude.
outside the lines, and I'm sitting with Jeremy Boring, and he's with the Daily Wire, and the Daily Wire is owned by Jews or whatever.
Facts.
And there's like a very heavy tribal element here, and people find their sense of belonging and appreciation in these chat groups and things like that.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas I think of my belonging as rooted in organic things, my family, my region, my religion. So I think that that has become primary for some people with the advent on the online. The second element is their leaders have betrayed them. There's a sense of we've been lied to, we've been betrayed. 2020 really brought that out. And so a movement that gives you a transgressive ability and permission, I think is very attractive. We're going to go kick back to the guys who betrayed you. And you know what they don't like? Well, they don't like Nazis. Let's talk about that. Or they seem to like Israel a lot. Let's really trash Israel. So I think there's an appeal there. And then thirdly, from the perspective of a lot of younger people, and they're not half wrong about this, the outlook for them is not the same as it was for their parents and grandparents economically and even socially. So a revolutionary movement that says, hey, you're a king. You get some muscles on you, and we're going to take back everything that's been stolen. That's a very attractive idea. Those three things, I think, they animate what we're talking about.
Some of the things you just said aren't true. Like the economic outlook for Gen Z is great.
Oh no, I mean from their perception. Yeah,
That's right. They're being told that their economic outlook is terrible, and they're choosing. And I say choosing because I grant them some agency, not to say that they aren't actually being victimized, because they are. But they're ultimately choosing to believe it. They live in the greatest time of economic opportunity that's ever existed in all of human history. Every generation is always told that they're not going to have the economic opportunity that their fathers had. You don't have to go back in time. I'm not exaggerating this. If you go 10 years into the past, just the other day, every magazine, every newspaper, every newscast was about how the millennials were being left behind. They weren't going to get to live the American dream. They were going to be the first generation in American history who didn't have it as well as their parents had had it. You fast forward 10 years later, they're the richest generation in all of human history. They jumped past Gen X. They jumped past the boomers at the same age. The same thing will be true of Gen Z if we don't burn down the system in the meantime. They're going to be the most prosperous generation that's ever existed. They have the most opportunity in front of them right now that's ever existed. The voices that are feeding them this feeling of
That's true. Every
economic
millennial I know is
despair
like a multimillionaire.
aren't doing so accidentally. That's a well-organized, well-funded political operation driving division in this country, which is one of the reasons that I think that it's funny that a lot of the young people who are accepting this argument that their country is bad are frame themselves as being like, you know, we're going to take it back. We're the true Americans. America was never about these bad ideas. America is us. We are real America. And it's like, well, you are real Americans. There's no question about that. But the thing that you're rejecting is also real America. And you're rejecting it, you think, because of its actual failures, when in reality, you're being used by people who want to destroy the thing that you claim to love. And they're using you as instruments to do it. Now, that's not to say that every criticism that Gen Z has of the country is ill-founded. No, obviously, the most effective lies are lies that are rooted in truth. We destroyed these kids' lives in 2020. We raised an entire generation of particularly white, particularly male Americans to be the villains in every story that we told them about the country and the world in which they live. We locked them behind computers for years at a time. We've allowed social media companies to intentionally develop, free from any regulation, the most addictive, probably, substance that's ever lived, which is the kind of social validation and dopamine that comes from social media. We've anonymized it and allowed it to become the actual breeding, or not the actual battlefield for all of these foreign influence operations and domestic political operations, but primarily, I think, foreign influence operations. So we have failed, and in doing so, We also made it impossible for young men to meet young women, which is, you know, not going to be consequence free, because as it turns out, young men have particular drives that can't be satisfied. Well, I guess they can be satisfied behind a screen in a superficial sense, but over time, the superficiality of that kind of satisfaction becomes itself unsatisfying because man is more than meat. Those are very real criticisms. Those are the actual criticisms that are being exploited to generate an artificial revolutionary fervor, and that's the thing that really concerns me. And it's actually why we haven't gotten to this question yet, but now's probably as good a time as any. Why is it that the Jews, in particular, are the subject of the ire of all of these sort of diverse dissident movements? Like the thing that ultimately winds up uniting every faction of the dissident right is deep, deep, deep skepticism. I think that's probably being very generous in my language. Deep, deep skepticism of the Jews.
Well, for one thing, I mean, this has been pointed out. I think Doug Wilson has made this point before too, about he believes that it's jealousy, and I think there's definitely something to that. So if you're somebody who's feeling deracinated, or in the case of being criminally online, if you are self-deracinated, you're sort of choosing to pretend like you have a different social group than who's actually around you, right? Yeah. And then you see this group of successful people who have a lot of social cohesion and take care of their families and seem to consistently be winning in all these different fields and ways. When you feel like you're losing, right? It becomes very easy to point to them as the root of all problems, right? And it's not a new phenomenon.
Sure, but just once I'd like somebody to blame the Mormons. They don't like to be called Mormons anymore. I try to be blame the LDS. They have close-knit families, social cohesion. They succeed at everything they do. They're super, super nice.
It may be coming down the pipe.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, there's a couple different answers that I could give just from my reading based on this. Doug Wilson has another great answer about the innate spiritual knowledge that the sacrifice is coming from there. Like if the Christian story is true, then the sacrifice is coming from the Jews, from that corner. And if it's not Jesus, then it must be them more broadly. Hopefully I'm doing justice
Paul
to
looks like
what
one of those feds in a suit. Shh. Dude, come on. Shh. Don't blow up my spot, bro. Don't blow up my spot, dude.
But he talked about, I think it was in the introduction to his interview with Tucker Carlson, of all people, actually. But historically, this is great because there's a book called
Yeah, got swatted.
Rumor About the Jews by Stephen.
My landlord swatted me. They're trying to kick me out.
Bronner. He's a professor at Rutgers. Some of the books I've listed, by the way, are written by people on the political left, because anti-Semitism on the right is not something that the right has largely talked about. The only book that I know about is In Search of Anti-Semitism by William F. Buckley. Not that there haven't been other articles and discussions of it, but I'm talking about books. So Dr. Bronner talks about it this way, that it's kind of like the scapegoating function working at different levels of resolution. So when we were sort of in the medieval ages, if something was going wrong in the village, there's an illness or something like that, the crops die, you go and you blame the Jews over there in the ghetto, and so you go.
And it's true, and it's actually true.
The pogrom against the Jews over there, they're the scapegoat. When you get to the level of nationalism, if something's going wrong within the nation, it must be some outside force that's coming in and polluting your nation. This is kind of like the Nazi view, like the Jews were a polluting force in their pure Aryan blood and they needed to be exterminated, so coming from the outside. But now as we go to the level of globalism, who's the new scapegoat? Well, it's Israel, because we're working on a global level.
Whoa.
So people looking for a scapegoat that locks their worldview into place, they need a transcendent enemy to fixate on, someone to blame things on. And it's that psychological function, but operating at different levels of resolution throughout history.
Well, and it's a convenient way to escape the reality of the gospel by blaming it on deicide.
That's true.
Right. You don't have to deal with your own sin if you can blame it on the Jews.
That's
The
right.
Wow.
Jews killed Christ, and that's a fundamentally truer statement than I killed Christ.
Yeah,
You're cooked.
that's right.
And all the implications of the gospel and your culture are nuked. And when all the implications of the gospel and your culture get nuked, you end up with Nazi Germany, you end up with who knows what.
Yeah, this is part of the fundamental problem with Christ is King as the political slogan, Christ is King. Because what you're ultimately saying is Christ is our guy, and you killed our guy.
Right.
But no, you killed your guy.
Right.
Like,
Right.
you know,
Are you less responsible than the Jews?
are you less responsible than the Jews?
right.
Everybody likes to be the hero in their own story. Like, definitely, if you had, been in Germany in the early 1940s, you would have hidden Anne Frank up in your attic. And definitely, if you had been
I would have been a hero
like
by
in the
doing that.
late 18 or early 1860s in the South, you would have been smuggling black people north of the Mason-Dixon line, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And definitely, you would have been like saying, free Barabbas or whatever if you'd been standing outside Pilate's palace in Jerusalem. You're definitely one of the guys who would have been on Jesus' side, not like all those other losers like Peter.
Right.
Like,
I
you would have been one guy. You would have been John,
Right.
the only guy who showed up for him.
Would have been right there.
It's just John plus you
And some women.
and some women. Yeah,
I had a conversation with a guy one time about this, and he was using as proof text Pilate washing his hands, of saying that the Jews had a higher accountability. And I said, do you think that he successfully washed his hands of that? Like, when you read that, do you read, oh yeah, I'm Pilate, I'm the guy that said, yeah, it doesn't
me.
matter to me, not me, buddy.
Sorted.
I was like, that's when the theological angle of this becomes so real, is how easy it is to undermine the biblical truth of the gospel subtly, right? And most of the people that push this stuff don't have that conversation on that level. Joel Webbin won't have that conversation on that level. Dale Partridge won't have that conversation. Corey Mallard won't have that conversation on that level. They will not do it. You won't find it.
If I could take from the just general evangelical perspective of someone who's gone from more of a normal, familiar view to a view of making the Jews almost like a substitute for original sin or something.
Whoa.
Because I've seen this happen. I had a teacher in my college career group I
The Norwood
years
meeting.
ago
Welcome to the Norwood meeting.
who was a teacher at the school that the Buffalo shooter went to. And if you read the manifesto for the Buffalo shooter, that was 2022, he says all the Jews should go to hell. And I asked her about, like, well, what happened? How did they get to this place? Well, they were writing essays, him and his friends, for a long time, blaming the Jews, talking about killing minorities and so forth. And the teachers didn't want to do anything. They didn't want to fight with parents. And so this thing snowballed, and it ended up with, unfortunately, 10 people dead. And that's like a very extreme example of it. But what was he believing? If you read the manifesto, or the manifesto from a few weeks ago, the one in
California,
California.
New Zealand, Buffalo.
Yeah.
You should read these all. They're hard to find online. If you need them, send me a message on Twitter.
Grok tells you, for some reason, if you just say, hey, find it for me.
Yeah.
But it seems like what happened in 2020 was there was a need for an explanation. Though the world went crazy, this doesn't make any sense. People were going into QAnon or whatever they called it. I had some people I know that went that direction, but they were like trying to grasp an explanation that made sense of what happened. And there were a number of people that, and I know because I know some of them personally, who ended up starting to go down these internet channels where they'd say, hey, have you ever looked at something like Hollywood or pornography? And have you seen, Jews seem overrepresented in these particular fields. Maybe there's a conspiracy. Maybe they're working together to destabilize the culture. And then that's right when October 7th happened. And so there's all these images coming out of Gaza that looks like a hellscape. And so people who are buying into this, well, the Jews might be behind a lot of the things that went wrong in 2020 and general subversion of culture. Now they're looking at, wow, that confirms it. Look what they just did to Gaza. And of course, they're getting their news from like Haaretz and like left-wing publications on what happened. But, but I think that's what's created the perfect storm here for a lot of people to now be ripe for, you know what, we've been subverted. I can't trust any of my leaders. I can't trust my pastor. They're actually rethinking biblical passages and how to interpret biblical passages, which we can get into if you want. But I think that's what's going on. And it starts kind of subtly, right? Because it starts with things like, I guess we've mentioned Joel Webbin before, so just off the top of my head, just some things he said, things like...
What's happening is the country's failing. People are miserable. Wealth disparities are out of control. There's not good opportunities for smart people. And that are moral, right? And then you look around, you see who's the most successful Gaudi people, and it's obviously one group. And who is like actually weirdly involved with everything negative, it's one group.
Liberalism was crafted
And then people will say, okay, I don't like this group. And that's it.
by Jews to undermine.
It's not this deep. It's really not like a very big, deep thing. It's more like, well, what? It's like if I looked and I saw mold on my bread, I'd be like, oh, there's mold on my bread. And it's like, well, what's the deep reason there's mold on the bread? And that's kind of irrelevant. The reason that I'm saying there's mold on my bread is because there's mold on my bread. You know what I mean? It's kind of like there's mold on the country's bread.
White civilization or white people. Or he said that JFK was the last president who said no to Israel.
Joel Webben has
Not true.
posted fake news articles written by fake people that do not exist with Jewish-sounding last names to get people to be mad
Whoa.
at Jews.
Well, the one that takes the cake is the 440 hertz. That the
Right. That the music tone, the tone of C or whatever, I don't know.
It's A.
A. Okay. Calvin Robinson had a whole thing on this. Where he,
And Joel's nodding along and agreeing.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I
that's
posted
fascinating.
online. I was just like, I refuse to believe this is real. This has to be AI. But yeah, they were talking about how the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds got together to help everyone get ready for war for Israel by changing A to make it higher so everyone would be aggravated and ready to go to war. And I'm like, what?
Can I share something quickly about that? In the New Age world, that's a whole big thing, like 440 versus 432 hertz, but the bad guys were the Nazis. So as soon as I saw Joel and Calvin Robinson talking about, no, it's the Jews, I was like, what is going on? Anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to throw you.
Well, I'm a musician, so it hurts me especially. I play 440 hertz every Sunday at church. Not because I want people to get ready for war for Israel, but
Sure.
yeah, I mean, I didn't think so. At least maybe that's what's happening. Yeah,
They got to you.
they got the call, and
You got the call. It's definitely
Whoa.
for the rest of our lives, we're going to be dealing with the fact that the most arrogant people in the world, governments,
Oh, okay.
decided to do an experiment. The experiment was shut down the Earth. What if we just
Whoa.
what if we just shut down the entire world, and then at a certain date in the future we'll turn it back on and see what happens? That's not the kind of thing that is done consequence free. I mean, it literally touched the majority of human beings on the planet, and particularly the youngest. It completely broke them in a psychological way at the most formative moments of their lives, created exacerbated problems that already existed, fatherlessness and social media and loneliness, but you essentially locked people with those problems. And in some parts of the world, the most left-leaning parts of the world in particular, that prison lasted for years. I mean, you're talking about a prison that lasted 30 months in some cases for people. That's not something that we will not live to see the end of the consequences that flow from that. From that
COVID broke
moment.
people's brains.
Completely broke people's brains.
Yeah, I think what's been really interesting for me to watch is the mainstreaming of conspiracy culture into now mainstream culture.
Yeah.
Like it used to be the conspiracy world was a fringe thing that you had to go looking for. And it was almost like there was a firewall. But then after COVID, with institutional collapse, suddenly conspiracy thinking itself became mainstream thinking, where the news isn't the news anymore, who did what, when, and where. Instead is what could this possibly mean? What is it saying behind the scenes? And so conspiracy culture flooded into primarily the podcast world. And what I don't think that they know is that the foundations of American conspiracy culture go back to the early 1990s with Bill Cooper and his book Behold a Pale Horse, and then following after him a man named David Icke. These were the forefathers essentially of Alex Jones and Ian Carroll. But if you go back and you read Behold a Pale Horse, which is kind of at the foundations of American conspiracy culture, the last chapter of that book is a complete reprint of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. That's at the very foundations, and David Icke as well. And so as conspiracy culture moves into the mainstream, it brings with it this fictitious global conspiracy that the Jews are doing to enact world domination. And so that's the operating system that conspiracy culture is running on. Conspiracy culture is now mainstream culture. So I think that explains at least some of the fixation on the Jews. Everything is being controlled by some puppet group behind the scenes. Who's the most likely candidate historically? Well, it's always been the Jews, right? So
and it never comes packaged with any sort of proposed solutions, realistically.
That's right.
It comes with the claim there are no political solutions.
Yeah, that's right.
It
Facts.
comes, it comes with
true,
the assertion
dude.
that there's nothing
Citizen
that you can do
vigilante.
that's going to solve this problem. Your enemies
Facts.
hate you and they want you and your family dead.
No,
And there's no
that.
political solution. What do you expect people to do when they hear that? Ironically, out of all the people that have pointed this out, there's an old clip from Nick Fuentes where he talks about this, and he talks about it in relation to trans shooters. And he talks about how transgender shooters are told the exact same thing from the left. He
Boom.
begins the monologue talking about that. He says, trans shooters are told all day long, the right wants to kill you, we did the walk for our lives, there's a trans genocide. Then you turn around and say that to white guys, and you say, there's a white genocide, they want all your families dead, there's no political solution. What do you expect them to do? You don't give them any sort of actionable alternative when you feed them this stuff. And so the people that are putting that out there without any sort of positive messaging for where to channel whatever frustration they're feeling, are they're generating people like the Buffalo shooter, realistically. And we could say, oh, nobody individually is at fault for that, which is true, other than the shooter, right? But this entire milieu, is creating that environment for these guys
When you say no one is at fault,
on an individual basis. Like I can't, assert, right?
that's right. There's legal culpability, and I am fairly liberal. I'm fairly liberal in a classical sense. I'm not of the left. I'm certainly of the right.
For
in the
sure.
American tradition of being.
For sure, I'm on the
But I
right.
believe in
I'm
human
a right
freedom.
winger.
I believe it is a theological concept. I believe it is a governing concept. I believe that people should be free. And at the end of the day, that's what liberalism ultimately espouses. And so it's very important to me on a legal level that we not ascribe legal culpability to people who don't have it. When people on the right sometimes say, consent isn't, consent doesn't equal moral in reference to sex. I think that's true, but consent does, but you have to have a legal standard somewhere, and consent is the only meaningful legal standard that could actually be applied across a free country. And so consent matters. Consent has massive import, legal. It, of course, doesn't define the barriers of what's moral. And morality itself doesn't define the barriers of what's righteous, which is a whole other level of the conversation that nobody ever wants to engage in.
Let's go there.
But similarly with this idea of legal culpability versus moral culpability, sometimes in radicalization, people who are openly engaged in a project intended to radicalize people do have moral culpability when those people become radicalized. And when they now, I agree that they don't have legal culpability, because that would be an impossible standard that would only be abused by governments and would only be used as a way to clamp down on expression of ideas that are true. Of course, we know that that's a fact. But I don't want to
You think his Nicholas has any symbolic meaning, or is it just practical? It's just like a cool 60-year-old fashion thing when you're like a 65-year-old. It's just one of those cool, hip 65-year-olds, just totally chill dudes who's just totally chill.
I don't think that it ameliorates their moral culpability. Just that we can't put you in jail for it, and shouldn't put you in jail for it. People are engaged in an actual project right now to radicalize a generation of Americans toward the destruction of our country as we know it. Not so that we can build a more perfect union, not so that we can see a better nation emerge as a result of it. It's ultimately so that we can
need to
see
arrest
a
people.
nation emerge with it that's very broadly left-wing, except on social issues. And one of the, Tucker has actually talked about, if you go watch Tucker's monologue on Nicolas Maduro, in which he essentially defends Nicolas Maduro before, in the weeks leading up to the Trump administration removing Maduro from Venezuela. I mean, he says, yeah, he's a communist, but there's no gay marriage there. Abortion is illegal there.
Right.
That really is
Which is the same exact argument for the idea that the Third Reich was some sort of Christian paradise.
That's right.
Right. It's thousands, tens of thousands, millions of innocent people being murdered. They don't have cabaret shows in Berlin anymore.
That's right.
The perspective on it is skewed somewhat because a lot of people, their moral framing has been created by leftists to only understand immorality through the lens of what's leftist, right? They can't see sin for sin anymore. A lot of people, at least in the spaces like we're talking about. I see John nodding.
If I could steal man just for a second, maybe you can chew on this. I think the idea with, like Russell Kirk said about neo-Nazis, actually he was saying about old Nazis, paleo-Nazis, real Nazis.
They were neo at the time.
They were neo at the time. They were new, and he said it, yeah. He said that they were revolutionaries and that they were a destructive force, essentially, which is very interesting. And he said they preyed upon the loneliness of the masses. And these were Weimar Republic conditions, essentially, that Nazism found an inroad in. And one of the things I keep hearing is that we are in Weimar Republic conditions, that this is just as bad. And usually the first thing brought up is sexual debauchery. There's no guidelines, there's no rules. And so the idea is that liberalism, or I should say it this way, liberal arrangements have been abused. Because I agree with you, as I don't know if we would miss each other, but I think there are liberal arrangements. For example, religious toleration created a pan-Protestant project instead of like a Church of England or a, so we have liberal arrangements, but liberalism seems to think that like these like freedom solutions apply everywhere. Like why, like the libertarian obviously goes to, we should just have prostitution and everything should be legal. And obviously there are limits to these things. So are we in a situation like the Weimar Republic? I'll throw it out there, I guess. Maybe we could talk about it, where you need these very hard totalitarian measures to come in and create order because it's chaos. I think that's what's being appealed to. And maybe with people whose lives are chaotic, they want order.
Well, I will say, like, we escaped the Roaring Twenties without becoming a totalitarian despot state.
That's right.
So you are correct in identifying
FDR wasn't a no.
Well, yeah, I'm not prepped for that discussion. But no, you have a good point on that. But I like I said, I'll push back into the idea that we need that to overcome that. I don't think any of these systems work without mass regeneration of the population.
Amen.
Never is going to happen. If you have a country like America, any country, and you have almost no people that are regenerate believing Christians, there's no system you can put in place that is going to make that country operate in a way that reflects Christ and promotes righteousness in the population.
And of course, totalitarianism has the potential for a kind of social conservatism. It turns out when you give someone absolute authority,
right,
anything they don't like doesn't happen.
Right.
And so,
right.
Yes, sometimes the totalitarian won't like certain things that you also don't like.
And you see tinges of this with even like the policies in Nazi Germany on abortion law. Right. Oh, people say, oh, they banned abortion. They banned abortion in very specific ways, such that it only affects Aryans that can't get abortions, right? But you've got letters from Himmler writing internally about, hey, we need to alter some of these rules. We need to tweak these so that the Poles can kill their kids, because they're not basing it on a biblical foundation of morality, right? And that's what happens when you have reactionaries. That's what happens when you have slop populism. You can elevate anybody who is of a totalitarian, authoritarian personality. And once that guy gets in there, if he's a Nietzschean freak show, you're screwed, and you have no other alternatives to be able to save your country. And people don't think about that because all they can see and think about is America's Weimar. America's Weimar. How do we fix Weimar? How do we fix Weimar?
And America is not Weimar.
They've been told
to answer the question, America is not Weimar.
That's what I was.
Right.
Can I just want to draw a line of distinction that's kind of running through the conversation in a way. Like, it's one thing to talk about values within a sort of a secular or a non-religious context. But a big part of this conversation is what is proper thought, speech, and conduct for Christians.
Amen.
Right? And I don't hear that discussed enough. Like, okay, I can understand if the manosphere guys, want to go in that direction, Nietzschean, right? That they have their standard and they shouldn't go that way, but we'll let them go do that for a moment. But within a Christian men's conduct, there are standards that you're accountable to, right? Rejoice in all circumstances, suffering is redemptive. Like, these are all core parts of the Christian faith. And I see men throwing them out. First, I see, big influencers like Joel Webben, for example, and plenty of others not talking about those regenerating, affections transforming parts of the faith that make it so distinctive in all of world history. They throw that out because they prefer something that suits their political project, which has nothing to do with the, again, as you said, regeneration in Christ. And so I think if we're going to be talking about Christian men, we should be talking about Christian standards for thought, speech, and conduct. And no one wants to have that conversation. The left doesn't want to have that conversation, and I get why. But the right should be excited to have that conversation, because
you'd be so excited to have conversations.
The right's adherence to principles, to transcendent.
I would just start doing things instead of conversations. How about we just start doing things instead of that? Conversations? That's the thing, is none of people want actual things to happen. They want to make money. They just want to print money. They don't actually want anything to happen. They just want to be able to talk, to pontificate for money. That's in any of these people. Like, none of these people actually want to do anything. None of these people are citizen vigilante. All these people just want to pontificate and get paid to like act like they're like, it's just conservatism. Honestly, honestly, what is conservatism, right? It's literally just like complaining about like libtards and like the left. What is this online right wing people? It's literally the exact same thing as conservatism, but it has like the pretenses of being different. And it's like some retarded person being like, "This isn't your father's conservatism," and it's like it is literally functionally the same thing. Like when I was a kid, we would listen to Rush Limbaugh, and I really like Rush Limbaugh. I thought he was like really funny. And but really, what did Rush Limbaugh ever accomplish? Right? Can you name one thing Rush Limbaugh ever accomplished besides making really good content? Nothing. Right? He's literally just entertainment. It's the same thing with everything, where it's like, well, what is anybody gonna accomplish over the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? Nothing. He's literally just talking. That's all.
That are higher than them is what distinguishes the right from the left.
Nobody is citizen vigilante. Nobody's Army Hammer.
But I don't see that conversation happening, and it should be happening in a Christian space first and foremost.
Yeah, well, there's the softening in evangelicalism. Listen, I say often, evangelicalism is an American religion. It's approximately 100 years old. And like almost every religious tradition reflects the culture during which time it became ascendant.
Mhm.
So Catholicism is hierarchical and monarchical and even imperial because it emerged in the Middle Ages. Like that is what it was. It reflected the culture from which it emerged. And the same is true now of evangelicalism in this country. Someone has accused me of saying, "You're saying Protestantism is only 100 years old?" No, I'm saying evangelicalism, as we understand it.
Neo-evangelicalism.
Yeah, it's
It's a
100.
very American reaction to consider those things the same thing.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
But evangelicalism, is efficient. It's loud. It's brash. It's sure of itself. It can be somewhat superficial because it's American. It's commodified. It's easy to export. We see it. It's all the things that America is in the 20th.
Visual.
It's visual. We don't build beautiful buildings because we hadn't been around long enough to build beautiful buildings. And because there is something beautiful about the very fact that we don't have to build a beautiful building in this country, because you start your church in a strip mall and you move to the school cafetorium until you hit 110 people. And then you move into the old Baptist church down the street because they moved into the new Baptist church. Like there is something amazing about even our churches in this country are built to grow. And they're built to exceed their limitations. And yes, it's sad that we don't have beautiful 1,000-year-old cathedrals that certainly elevate the spirit. I mean, that is a thing that we've lost. Those churches haven't grown, though, in 500 years, right? They have only gotten emptier and emptier and emptier of anything except tourists over time. You go to the most beautiful cathedrals in England, which is where my heart soars.
My heart soars in England. That's all you need to know about this freak, dude.
I'm not an Anglican, but I'm like aspirationally Anglican. Like I wish I was Anglican, and I wish that the Anglicans believed in Christ. Like, because you go to the most beautiful Anglican cathedrals in the world, truly the most beautiful churches in the world, and they speak English. It's everything I want. And these women devote their lives to being custodians of these buildings. And if you ask them, if you try to talk to them about Jesus, they're like, truly, I've had this happen numerous times. They're like, almost completely shocked. Like, you believe in all of this? I just have devoted my entire life to caring for this building because the building itself is so beautiful and culturally important, right? So evangelicalism has this sort of American tenor, and that's part of its charm and part of what's wrong with it. But as America has become softer, the evangelical church has become softer. It reflects the culture. And the softening of the evangelical church, the feminizing of the evangelical church, even in the last 20 years, has really
You can tell he's not feminine because he has a sword behind him.
accelerated. And it's no wonder that young men in particular don't find anything fulfilling about it. They don't believe that it's actually preparing them for the world.
You know what it is? Is church is filled with stupid people. And it's just filled with dumb people. Sorry. That's like really why. It's like annoying and it's like dumb. And people want to sleep. People are so tired from like working during the week. They're just tired. They don't want to go to church. I say, who wants to go to church, dude? Now, I think church is good. I think church is like a good thing to do. I don't go to it, but I think ideally be nice to go to church. But at the end of the day, for most people, most churches are full of stupid people. And the sermons are stupid, and the music is bad. And it's not inspiring. It's not uplifting. Like, there's something about going to a cathedral or going to somewhere that's nice. Even if it inspires a sense of awe, it inspires a sense of grandeur, and it's inspirational, which it's like pro-life, because it's like, whoa, look how big this is. Look how cool this is. Look how like interesting this is. Because at the end of the day, if you're like pretty smart and you're going to church as a kid, you're not going to like it. Sorry. Like, you're just not. It's not going to be that interesting. Now, hopefully you have like friends and that sort of stuff, but it's like, nobody likes to listen to a sermon. Nobody likes to listen to, like, the worship music is just bad. That's why. And it's like, why would I do that if I can just chill out at home and not go to, you know what I mean? Yeah, when you're older, it's probably it's better. Like, if you have kids, it's like way better too. You should go to church too, not just because of like it's good, but because it's also, then you'll meet other people who are, taking things seriously. Like, that's one thing as you get older that I'm trying to do. It's like, you have to surround yourself with serious people. Not because life is like, oh, but whatever you want to. This is like something that I've not struggled with because I haven't really tried too much, but it is like ideal that you want to have people who have stuff going on and are taking life seriously and are not like, let's party. You know what I mean? Especially as you get older. If you want to have kids, that sort of thing. You want to hang out with people, especially if you're in a relationship, who are couples who are equally like, guess what? If you have responsibilities, they kind of preclude you from drinking too much. They kind of preclude you from doing a bunch of drugs. They kind of preclude you from going to bars and, wasting your money at bars and that sort of stuff. If you have responsibilities that you're fulfilling, that precludes you from the quote unquote fun stuff, which actually at the end of the day is kind of like annoying. But yeah, church is like, a lot of people are dumb. And unfortunately, that's most of the people who go to church. So like, the thing is also like, yeah, it's like, I think like the level of social interaction, not even just in churches, like the level of social interaction across the board is so like debased and lame, and like people aren't classically educated or like aren't really like thoughtful in a weird way. Maybe they never were, but they're not definitely now, right? And so it's like, if you have a lot going on in your mind, it's not really that. It's like more edifying to stay home and think to yourself and just like sit by yourself and ponder things than it is to hang out with most people. It's very mundane. And once again, I think, I just think things are I don't really think it's like a problem of, oh, it's too masculine or not masculine enough, or, oh, it's too feminist or it's not feminist. It's just like, at a certain point, it's like, what's the value proposition? And for people who don't have families and aren't trying to raise families, there's not really a value proposition to church for most people. Like, it really isn't. Like, if you don't have responsibilities, but if you have kids and stuff, I think it's a good idea. All Paul Town's advice is a form of projection. Damn. Religion is cringe. I think most people are pretty like, nah, there's just not really, like, going around, there's not really much thoughtfulness in most places. And when you find there are some people like there's some people that when I was raised with, like, that are like, there's some smart families, and then you just naturally start to like gravitate towards them, right? In terms of hanging out with them. But yeah, I don't know. Church in of itself is boring. Sorry, it is, and it's not, but it's good if you have a community. I think another thing too is people don't really work in the same community that they like go to church. Like, I think it used to be, if it was like a small town or something, most people are working in the town and they're providing services to each other, so they know each other. So it's like a social thing, the people. Whereas like if you go to a church now and people are doing different things elsewhere, it's not really a community. It's kind of a facsimile of a community. Because churches used to be kind of like community centers in a way where people were doing. That's why I think people like Islam and stuff like that, because nobody's really doing anything. None of these people are really doing anything, but they're hanging out together, and then they're hanging out after. Whereas now it's like, if you go to church, you just see somebody who works for Goldman Sachs or something, and then you see somebody who works for the government or works for the state or works for whatever. And it's just like, well, what's the community? What's really the community? Nobody's really doing the same thing. The concerns aren't really localized, that sort of stuff. Family is a Prussian side to make people bitter and work hard. No, family's nice. I don't know. I'm not saying it because it's like church as a concept is stupid. I just think church sucks. Like it's not enjoyable. Let's be real. But I think, there's obviously exceptions, and it's not like I'm saying it's like it sucks because of whatever. I think it's just structurally, I think a lot of institutions just aren't suited for how the day-to-day and week-to-week life of people is. And, because also there was like a thing where it's like people would go to church and they marry each other. People who grow up in church and get married to each other. But we got to go anyway. Jesus said so. I can't stand old people. Church is based on the village, and villages don't exist anymore. Yeah, 10-inch hero, another genius comment. And I honestly, think that's probably. I think there's a lot. College is another example. Like it made sense when you had, very, very geographically oriented like IQ distribution, and you had that by virtue of like all the financial opportunities are in the cities because that's where the most people are. So therefore, it pulls in smart people, and then because it pulls in smart people, that's where you'd want college, right? Because that's like where the jobs are. That's where the smart people are. Now, as like the geographical pull of stuff is diffuse, kind of like the way in which colleges are relevant is much less, and because of that, it kind of creates this loop of like, well, does it really justify the price? Does it really justify the hassle to get in? And then you get weird people who are like, yes, it does, but it obviously doesn't. So now you're actually selecting for like insane people. Church seems to be kind of selecting for people with nothing going on, for the most part. Religion seems to select for people with nothing going on, for the most part. It's not that it's bad. It's just like there's just so much more opportunities to do things now, and so much more, different things you can do with your time, your free time, that it kind of seems to select for specific types of people. Outdated. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not, once again, yeah, Discord is the new community. I'm not saying this in terms of like, this is why it should go extinct. I'm not saying in like a making a value claim of like why something's good or bad. I'm just saying more in terms of like why something's failing or succeeding. So yeah, I don't know. I don't really know if there's a fix for it. I'm not really sure. I think the only groups are like Amish people, and the only reason they're like successful is because they're not partaking in things, and they're obviously not somebody you'd want to be. You don't want to be an Amish person, right?
Being born into.
Right. I mean, so you mentioned
Who wants to go to
mentioned
church
going
when you can work on your
so,
video game? Yeah,
in your monologue, earlier,
exactly.
you spoke
Speaking of
about
that, I
the
gotta
video
work
that
on
was
it.
shared by
I gotta
these
work
guys
on
at
that.
New Christendom Press.
Yeah.
And in that same video that included all sorts of neo-Nazi imagery, there's an individual by the name of Jonathan Bowden, who is a Nietzschean, self-professed Nietzschean vitalist, pseudo-pagan of sorts, right? Died the last 10 years or whatever.
Connectivity changed
And,
everything.
he
Yeah, it really
talks
did.
about
Honestly,
how-
that's like the main. Just the complete. Like you had islands of information, and islands of community, and islands of interaction, and that was real. And you have like that's why you have different epicenters for things. But because of the internet, which is so new too, it's like I think it's only like since 2008, which is like the iPhone. Really, since 2008, that's not even 20 years. So that's like however many years, 18 years. Yeah, 18 years. That's. But we're not even like 20 years in, 30 years in, 50 years in. But like it has so fundamentally changed like the way stuff flows, information flows, how people connect, how people talk. I don't know. I don't really know what the future looks like, honestly, but I don't think it looks like a lot of structures that we have already.
The faith of old
All smart people are on
Christianity
Earth.
fit the Aryan mindset because it was all about
A lot of people in church are people who are well-meaning degenerates and generally want to be good people. They just don't really understand how the world works. I don't think anybody understands how the world works, dude. I think some people luck into being right about some specific thing or like successful. I think it's too vague. I think you have to like the specifics. There's too much stuff we don't understand about what's going on, and like there's too many like hidden hands of people and groups that have weird goals and things we can't really figure out. I don't think that's the only thing you can understand about life is that you can't understand it.
These soaring cathedrals and becoming like God and like ascending to godhood, and like that was the part of Christianity that he liked as a Nietzschean.
Yeah.
But he talked about how modern Christianity, and I think this is always
Except for Jeremy Boring and this guy.
what real Christianity has been, has this sort of meekness to it, right? And this strength through that your strength comes from Christ, right? The opposite of the Nietzschean vitalist perspective, and he hated that, right? And so you see that not just in architecture, but some of these ideological entities that are pouring into this stuff, like at New Christendom Press with Eric Kahn and some of these other guys. And I don't know how much they even consciously know that that's happening, but it is.
Yeah. You know, it's very funny how we all take our modern conceits and sort of apply them to people who've lived in the past, as though they could have possibly thought about things the way that we think about them. You know, if you go to Jerusalem, you know, there's two Jerusalems, really, two Christian Jerusalems. There's evangelical Jerusalem, and there's historic Jerusalem. So you go to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, right, and you see where everyone who's ever lived before America thinks that Jesus was crucified and resurrected. And then you go to like the Garden Tomb, which is where essentially where American evangelicals think that Jesus was resurrected, right? But you sort of understand it when you're if you can separate yourself from the tribal. You know, I'm not Catholic. I'm not Eastern Orthodox.
Show the
Church
gameplay.
of the
Here
Holy
you go.
Sepulchre.
So right now we're
To
working
me,
on the
feels
fort.
dark, and it smells funny, and it doesn't connect me to the moment at all.
Same.
But that's purely an aesthetic. That's purely an aesthetic statement, and it's an aesthetic that's rooted in my cultural experience. And so, you can imagine that if you were a Christian in, you know, the 1400s or the 1500s, right? Your life was so different than ours. You only knew want. You only found fulfillment in family and geographic community because there was no other kind of community that was even possible. You were probably illiterate. I mean, the printing press put me a little bit before the printing press for this example. You smelled bad 100% of your life. You bathed annually against your will, right? Because it rained on you. Like your wife stank. You weren't immune to the fact that everybody stank. Everybody just stank. That was like one of the things you dealt with in your life. You never got to eat meat. It's hard for Americans to understand that European peasantry
That never
did
happened,
not
dude.
eat meat. That part of what drew people to this country when America happened is, yes, economic freedom, but you could kill and eat.
Nobody ever ate meat,
The
actually.
deer weren't owned by the crown. And people came over here and they became giants.
Nice game. Thank
Because
you.
Suddenly, for
We're
the
coming
first time in
along. It's definitely
centuries,
coming
men came
along.
over here, hunted and ate meat, and got all of that protein and all of that
Water
energy.
did
That
not
was a huge
exist.
part of
Nobody
what
was
drew
able to
people this
breathe.
continent. So it's hard for us to relate to them, but you can imagine that if you were a person like that, and then you walked into Canterbury Cathedral,
Nobody bathed until the black people taught us.
you've never been in a two-story building, right? And here you have a building with, you know, the ceiling that seems to reach to the heavens, stonework that has been being built across centuries, light pouring in through stained glass. Can you imagine what that feeling actually? You had to journey for days to get there. You didn't go there to church on Sunday. You know, you made pilgrimage to get there, and your spirit would be lifted. You know, the Genesis says again and again, lift up now thine eyes. Very literally, this place lifts up your countenance to heaven.
Yeah, Nordic people didn't even eat
What
meat,
an
dude.
unbelievable thing that the church provided to people through these unbelievable projects of art and artistry and architecture, that it gave them the opportunity to feel closer to God. How I live in a world where seeing Jesus walk on water wouldn't even be all that cool, because I saw.
I just want to get the quote so I can pop it into
when I was like 5
to
years
Grok.
old.
We need to
We
ask
live in a
Grok, is this
time where
true?
Miracles are commonplace. We have CGI and special effects. We've all seen a trillion movies. We have the combined knowledge and wisdom of all of humanity available to us if we can just get past the porn. It's right there in our pockets at every possible moment. Anything you want to know is instantaneously available to you. You don't smell bad. You're rarely hot. You remember every time you ever sweat any time in your life, and it was character building. Like, for me, and I have stairs that move themselves.
Black people
you know,
taught
I
white
can
people how to
stand on the
build
stairs, and the stairs
cathedrals.
take me up 3 stories at the shopping mall, where I can get.
Is there a movement speed bonus? That's kind of what I'm working on with this. So like this is a very, very rudimentary thing. But basically I'm trying to figure out what I might do is I might just do where you buy a boost and then it applies to the side, right? Like I think right now what I was trying is like, oh, maybe like you select a side and then you buy like a buff or your nerf or whatever. That makes no sense, right? So I think what we're gonna do is have it where, well, that's kind of cool. Is have it where how are they up there? Whatever. You buy so you can upgrade your abilities on a level up. But I think it's just you buy a buff or a nerf or a movement buff, you know, and then there should be some nerf or something. And then it'll just randomly apply to one. We'll see though. That's definitely, yeah, like the movement buffs are 100% coming. Like that, there are cards with that, but we also need to. I think something I need to work on before I do this though will be the power ups. So because I was trying to figure out what to do with like having in the center like a reason to even leave like the main area, and what it would be, right? What it will be is the in the center of each cube face they'll spawn in sometimes.
Down further.
Yo,
just
goated.
gifted one
Down
subscription.
further, thank you. In the center there will be a power up that floats around, and then if you collect it, right, then you get the buff for X amount of time. So there'll be different types of buffs and that sort of stuff. So hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, there are definitely buffs like that. Because there needs to be Jay's configured JavaScript. No, Brandon Ike did, dude. Brandon Ike is a Christian man. What are you talking about? But anyway, yeah, so that way the stuff will pop up so you want to get it. And then another thing we need to add is the Q and E shifting, where it's like here, and then you press Q, right? You press Q or you press E, and then this spins around like this, you know? So maybe I'll work in the Q and E because that's kind of a cool effect. Kind of like a Rubik's Cube. Did you hear about Chud? What about him? A lot of work, but each side of the cube could be your new random biome with new loot. I'm actually not really even opposed to doing something like that. Where there's more than one, but we're kind of just limiting the scope because we got 18 days left, so that's 2 weeks, right? 2.5 weeks. So what we're gonna do is we'll do this, and then I think we can add multiple game modes or something. Because like hypothetically, you maybe would want to play a game mode without a fort or whatever. You know what I mean? But first building, the systems, that sort of stuff, having it work, have stuff work, and then once we get to that, like we need to make like the bosses, we need to make stuff like that. Yeah, I'm not even opposed to it. I just think like having it constrained is good because it kind of forces me to be like, well, how do we make this fun? How do you make that fun? You know what I mean? Boss waves is a power check. Yeah, there will be bosses. The bosses I need to work on more. I need to get them like set up properly, that sort of stuff. But once again, $20 or more, you get in the credits. All these people, if you donate, you get $20 or more. Each flip is a world generation for that side. I'm not sure about that, but yeah, there's definitely a potentiality for something like that. in the future. Right now, we just have to get the basic, loop completed again, because we had the loop in the other game, the other version, and we kind of rebuilt it with this, the what's it called, the chess theme in mind. So now we're kind of like reassembling parts that we kind of messed with, and because we changed it into a cube because it's fun, that also adjusts. We have to adjust how we change things. You're distracting me from this neo-Nazi video.
Anything that my heart could ever possibly desire for almost no money. For me, I sit at the garden tomb and I
Whoa.
see, oh, this is what it
Bro's
looked like.
deep.
Maybe this isn't the tomb. Probably isn't the tomb actually where Christ was laid. But the tomb in which Christ was laid looked like this. There was a tomb just like that in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. And they destroyed it to build the cathedral. Because from their point of view, seeing a hole in a rock wouldn't lift your spirits, even if it was the hole in the rock.
Whoa.
You saw holes in rocks every day of your life. They actually tore down the tomb in which Jesus either was, or at least the tomb in which they thought he was laid, to build a church inside a church, because that's the thing that would lift your spirits. But as a modern evangelical American, you actually want to get in touch with the thing that you don't get to experience. You want to see the past. And so we're only having an aesthetic reaction in both instances. We're having an aesthetic reaction that in many ways is defined by our time. And we're ascribing to that aesthetic reaction our actual definition of like factual truth. When in fact, probably both. I happen to think that God only recommends himself and never recommends us. So I think like everything is basically the life of Brian. Like I think that the garden tomb isn't the tomb, and
Boom.
the tomb that they tore down also isn't the tomb. And there's probably like a grocery market
Groot.
right across from the Church of the Holy Sepulchre that's actually built over the tomb where Christ was. Because I think God's just amused like that we have these centuries-long arguments over what was the actual hole in the actual rock, and he's like, God, it was never about the rock, and it was never about the hole in the rock, and you guys are crazy, and I'll just be right here waiting if you ever decide to lift up now thine eyes, right? But
I had the same experience at Church of the Holy Sepulchre. It didn't move me, except, to your point, you go into the place where you can put your hand into the place in the rock where an actual cross was. Like you reach down in there and you can feel the contours of the hole, and like, wow, that's square. That's where a piece of wood would have gone to hold an actual cross up. Was it the actual cross? Who knows? We'll never know. But there was actually a person,
What's up,
probably
Paul?
many more
Schwarzenegger?
than one, crucified in that spot.
Yeah.
And that took me further than anything else around in the church.
What we're talking about is enchantment. Maybe that's a weak
Bro's
term
talking about
for
enchantment.
it, but a sense of transcendence.
Bro's really
That
talking
you're
about
small,
enchantment. That's
that God's
crazy.
big, that you live in a world that has all kinds of things you don't understand, that perplex you and amaze you. And I think there are a lot of young people that are looking for that in healthy ways. We should highlight this, the fact that there's a lot of good things happening right now, too. There are people who are coming back to
Roger
more...
Vera would say re-enchantment. Re-enchantment's
Yeah.
not a bad thing.
And a good friend of mine, Jake Dell, who's a former Episcopal pastor. We're doing a documentary about that, but now he's in a congregational church. It's from the 1600s. And he talks about how young families from more neo-evangelical backgrounds are coming back to his church and now listening to hymns played on an organ, maybe for the first time. And this is something that they're attracted to because there's a deep sense of history and heritage with it. And there's also rich lyrics, and it lifts your spirits to a divine sense. And that's a really, really good thing that's happening. And we need to obviously encourage that. And I do wonder sometimes, because I know the topic of our discussion is more kind of the negative things that are happening out there, to what extent Israel, the Jewish people, the Old Testament, this religion of 66 books, all written by Jewish men, 12 disciples, Jewish men, a Jewish Messiah, right? A kingdom that you see all the passages from Genesis 12 all the way through Revelation, leading up to the New Jerusalem. It's all Jewish coded, as they say online. And And there's a lot of neo-pagans who are trying to capitalize on the anti-Jewish ideology that's out there by saying,
Right.
look, your religion is Jewish. You're being enchanted by these Jewish things that aren't yours.
Right.
And so there's Christians who are desperately trying to say, well, you know what? The most Jewish thing is rejecting Christ. And so we have medieval Europe to enchant us. We have the Crusaders. We have these things and to try to push back at that. But there is this sort of I don't know if it's hard feelings or what, but like a resentment that this isn't really your story and you need your own story, and it's paganism or it's something else. And this is something we got to tap into as Christians who have people who follow our lead. Like we proclaim the gospel by grace through faith in the finished work of Christ alone. And then it's discipleship. It's so people can grow in knowledge of God to become more like Christ. And I think part of that is being amazed at who God is. And you see that in the pages of Scripture. And yeah, going to Jerusalem, I think, and Israel and seeing these sites and even other sites across the Middle Eastern world that are significant to Christians, this can be part of that discipleship and maturation process. I mean, I felt like when I went to Israel, the Bible came alive in ways it hadn't. You know, that like the Sermon on the Mount, I read it now and I visualize as the Beatitudes are being read, I can see it. I can see him standing there. And having a location for that just means so much, and it's so rich and it's so deep. And so I think there's something important about obviously our biblical history, and we should all obviously support that and see threats to it as a problem.
Can I push on you
Yeah,
just a little
please
bit?
do so.
So this is not about nothing you said. It's just a question response. So one of the things that Christianity calls us to is to die to our families and our people if necessary. And this is not just a Jewish thing. Like obviously,
This is why I'm a pagan, guys. Like guys like this, I just have to be a pagan. It's the only way. The only way forward is to become a pagan.
it's even for mainland Chinese people, who become Christians, they are sort of cut off from their own people, right? I think the term I've spent time traveling through China, and so I know a lot of these new right guys talk about China as this mono-ethnic state, and we can certainly talk about the problems within China if you like, but that'll be an aside. But it's when a mainland Chinese person becomes a Christian, it says, "Oh, are you eating potato now?" Eating potato meaning like their staple carbohydrate is rice. And so eating potato is a European thing, right? So there's a way you're cut off from your people. So the Christian faith calls people away from their people. At the same time, there's this tension of many people wanting to rediscover their people. And so how do we reconcile that tension? Like you have an all-white Anglo-Saxon family, and none of them are regenerate believers, and then you want to become a Christian, but they're
Regenerate
all
believers.
leftists, they're
What
all
is
liberals,
Islam?
but you still want to be
Oh, you regenerate?
Anglo-Saxon.
Oh, yeah, I'm
how
regenerate.
does that exactly work
Dude,
when your own people aren't the believers of perhaps their own faith, or you're a member of an ethnicity that has not traditionally been Christian? How that tension is real, I think.
Well, I have a friend who's from Iran, and he lives that every day. When I went to Turkey,
In an American context too, though.
yeah, well, I remember when I went to Turkey, though, I couldn't say missionary. I couldn't. They're very, and this was in Istanbul, so they're more tolerant there, but they're very hostile to Christians in ways that Israel's not, and Western European countries aren't, which is a different concept for Americans to encounter. But when you meet someone from a communist country or the Middle East, that's their everyday life. They have
Wow.
a big commitment and an identity shift that happens. And I would say I'm really grateful that I'm an American because I do have a rich heritage, a rich
because at least I know I'm free.
history to be proud of and to look to for guidance. If I don't have that, if someone doesn't have that, they have the scripture, and they also have the positive things from their background. And I think every background is going to have something positive.
Absolutely.
I mean, even if it's a language,
Right.
it's inescapable. You have things you were raised with.
Right.
So you're going to carry those things, and you're going to now Christianize, as much as possible, your culture, your language, the terms you use. And that's the story of missionaries. That's the story of Acts, from Jerusalem to Judea, Samaria, to the ends of the earth. We're still in that ends of the earth phase, and God is achieving his plan on this earth, which started out with creating the world, choosing Abraham, people, place, a blessing, and then watching that blessing go to all the nations of the earth. There's people
Whoa.
from every tribe, tongue.
Are you guys feeling blessed yet? Are you guys feeling super blessed yet? Who's feeling blessed? The one in chat, if you're extra blessed.
and nation. So that means that it doesn't matter what country you're from, you have a place in this story.
But I think you're making a slightly different point, which is
Dude, I'm feeling so blessed lately.
America has been culturally Christian since the very beginning. Cultural Christianity and biblical Christianity are not the same thing. Cultural Christianity doesn't save you. But cultural Christianity comes with a lot of great benefits. What you're saying is that to the extent that young people want to get back in touch with their American heritage, their blood and soil nationalism, their history,
Stay blessed, my
the
friends.
the family that isn't cradled, the family that isn't
Every time I
propositioned.
walk out of church, I look back at everyone and say, "Stay blessed, my friends," and I leave.
I'm not ascribing to you a full dose of that, but there's a big group that would just reject the idea outright that America is propositional at all or creedal at all. It's funny because we have a creed. That the thing that you're trying to get back to is the very thing that God says we may have to leave in order to enter the land of promise. I mean, going all the way back to Abram, he didn't say the nation matters, stay in Ur, carry forward the traditions of your people in Ur, but believe in me. He said, no, leave the land of your father behind and enter into the promise that I'll give you. Mm-hmm. And the problem with nationalism, the problem with Christian nationalism, perhaps, is the idea that is the fundamental conceit that the nation itself is or could be Christian, when in fact the only thing that can be a Christian is a person.
Whoa. Wow.
The only thing that Christ came to save is a person. He didn't come to save an institution, and he didn't come to save a country. The idea of countries itself was pretty foreign at the time of Christ. He came to save those who would put their faith in him. And so, are we conflating two ideas that, while they share a lot of the Venn diagram, in the final analysis, they're actually in conflict with one another? They're not only not the same, but they are in some ways opposed.
Well, we do have Christian bookstores and Christian music and Christian schools and all these things that aren't redeemed like an individual's redeemed, but they embody Christian values and Christian rules. I'm sorry.
Maybe they do.
Right, but if America is a people,
You can tell he's good at speaking. You can tell by he's ready to debate. He's ready to argue. You can tell it's crazy. Like the padding is so funny, dude. The padding is so funny, bro. That's crazy, dude. Crazy padding, bro.
then it has to be Christian to be Christian. The people have to be Christian. This is the thing that I talk about creedal versus if it's a people in place. The only way that a people can be Christian is if the people actually believe the gospel and follow Christ.
Yeah.
Right. And so I see what you're saying.
Well,
but if it is a people, then that's a requirement for that to be an accurate description of the nation.
Well, it's been assumed, even in our founding documents, look at the Virginia Charter, that this is a Christian empire that's establishing itself in the country. And the Puritans obviously were even more big on that. So I don't think it has to be 100% conversion.
No.
But you embody these mores and values, and there's a respect for the Bible.
I feel like when I'm 50 or 45, maybe when I'm like 46, 47, this will be hit really hard. This type of video, when you're in your mid-40s, is probably really, really enjoyable to watch.
Traditional Americans have understood that religion's inescapable. There's going to be a default setting of some kind that's religious. And so it's been kind of a baseline Christianity in our country since the founding of the country.
Right. And it's a Christian bookstore because it's run by Christians.
It's run by Christians. It's for Christian purposes.
And it's not a Christian conference because it's run by Nazis.
But I do think also with the nation concept, right, you see the Old Testament, there are examples given of preferring one's own people, of not moving ancient landmarks, of during Jubilee, reverting back to the property that to make it stay in the nation, or actually specifically in the tribes. different laws about slavery and what you could do in terms of Hebrews and non-Hebrews. You couldn't have a non-Hebrew be a king or a priest.
Final doorbuster deals. It's the end of Amazon. You know, Amazon Prime is. I don't think has anything even good been on there. Is anything ever a deal anymore? I don't think so. I think markets are so efficient. I don't really think any of this crap is a deal.
There's all these rules that seem to favor an identity that, yeah, you could integrate into, but it might take time. There is a national unity there, and I'm not basing that on anything Christian. I'm just saying I think that's a creation reality that it's just inescapable.
Well, maybe. Sometimes I think one of the problems that Christians have when we approach the text is that we look at the text to be examples instead of to be descriptions. We're looking for the Bible to be prescriptive instead of descriptive, as Ben Shapiro might say.
Whoa.
And I think that's right. Like, there are things that God did with Israel. I don't know that the lesson that we're supposed to take is that that's the way that we're supposed to govern our nation, so much as it's a way of saying, no, this is how God told Israel to govern itself.
It was a light to the nation.
Everybody, you guys understand. It's for Jews, not for anybody else.
Right?
It's actually a burden. It's actually a burden for Jews.
Israel is a light to the nations because of monotheism, not necessarily because of the structure of their government.
Because of the law, because of the law that they put
They should call it
forth.
prime time
that's
instead
even
of
what the
prime
Queen
day.
of Sheba was marveling at the wisdom.
They should
of
just not
Solomon
call it
and how
anything because nothing
they
ever
function
is
in
like a
their
deal.
country. So, I mean, it would seem to me that
I don't think that that's ultimately. I don't think that the light unto the nations is the law. The light unto nations is God, because Christ is ultimately the light that came out
Whoa.
of Israel and is the light to all the nations, first the Jew and then the Gentile. The Jews may have thought that the thing that made them special was the law, but as Paul would tell them, you think having the law makes you special? You know, a person who accidentally kept the law would be better than you who has the law and doesn't keep it. Like, the law ultimately isn't the thing that makes it. Israel was set apart before they were given the law. They were set apart to be God's example unto man of God's relationship with man, which is ultimately fulfilled in Christ. So
well, the law of the Lord is perfect, converting the soul, right? So the law of the Lord, it can't be wrong, obviously, what God laid down. These laws that would favor ethnic Israelites.
Damn, bro.
It
This
can't
shit
be immoral that he
boring.
made those restrictions. I don't know if we're disagreeing on that, but I guess the only concern I have is that there is a real human need that God designed in us, apart from just any religion, just the way he designed us when we're born into this world. We have obligations and we have,
of course,
an identity that's going to be filled up with experiences and so forth. So,
and he does sometimes call us to leave that identity behind.
He does. That's exactly right.
I think that's the point,
That's
Will,
the point
that you're
they're
making.
Yeah. The left started a fight. I think it's fair to say the left started a fight, and that's the racial fight. And that spread all through many different kinds of minorities, and now the racial fight has now spread to young white men. And so there seems to be this gravity that's pulling people towards the direction of their racial identity. It's a very powerful gravity.
Yeah, what do you think that is? Maybe being in Brazil 2.0? Being in Brazil 2.0 and like not having any place that's like chill?
But the gospel, Christ calls them in the opposite direction. If the direction they're going isn't itself redeemed by Christ, it could call them out of that racial family. And I think that's a tension that lives inside
This seems healthy. That seems healthy to do.
many young men, of like they want to be part, they want the belonging, which I think is real. I think there is a longing to be part of something larger than yourself. But at the same time, if you actually do pursue Christ, he may take you away from those people you feel
The Bible is written from the Jewish perspective, and a lot of the time they're just wrong. We have the Egyptian side of Exodus. The Jews letting a bunch of foreigners inside with them, then the Egyptians got made kick them out. Jesus just removed that part. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that doesn't really line up with like things in the Bible, but it's better not to think about it too much, honestly. But there's a lot of archaeology and stuff like that. Like the Great Flood couldn't have really happened and all that stuff. But whatever. It is what it is. Better to just move on and get busy, you know what I mean? Eve's seed is alive and well in Israel. Nice. Now the way people have tribalism, we have to do something about this. Yeah, that's like the funniest part too. It's like it's starting to make white people do. It's like, well, yeah. Atlantis is real. Yeah, that's the thing. We know Atlantis is real. Israel is fake and Atlantis is real. So let's think about that for a second.
belonging with. And I think, how
It could and did happen. There was a canopy of water above the sky. There's also like buckets. There's like a bunch of baskets and like stuff that would have been destroyed by a flood, like stuff made out of materials like mud and things. That would have been like a bunch of pottery from a certain age. And if there was a global flood, that pottery would have been destroyed because obviously you can't just flood something. But there's like pottery from like before and after and during. So it's just not possible, unfortunately. But whatever. I mean, it could have happened many years prior. And then there's like the myths. There's like a bunch of myths prior to like the Christianity, but whatever. Once again, if you should tell Reddit about these discoveries, that's your job, Jovian. No, but it's at the end of the day, it's like whatever. It is what it is. Not really worth worrying about too much. But also, not to not worry, but you shouldn't like lie to yourself. That's like an important thing. You know what I mean? I prefer to be correct.
great is your faith?
The pyramids were giant batteries. It's true. That's true, actually. Well, they're doing like cool, whatever it's called, ultrasounds on the pyramids and that sort of stuff. And then, it's just like it seems like if you're gonna be just directly straightforward with it, most of the Old Testament is like other people's stories, kind of stolen. It's like other tribes, stories, and then it's kind of taken by like gypsies, and kind of like stitched together. You know what I mean?
How much do you truly want what Christ offers? How much do you want eternal life and a resurrected?
The flood might have been more localized, plus every culture on Earth has stories about a gigantic flood. Yeah. Yeah, every culture does have stories. And the weird part is that some of the stories happened before the story in the Bible. Isn't that weird?
Body here on earth versus this temporal feeling of belonging. I don't think that point is pushed hard
Well,
enough.
scripture is like a script. It's in the name. That's crazy. That's crazy. All the pottery was on a boat. Well, it's just like honestly, at a certain point, it's like when we ask, like when you make fun of Mormons for like they basically took a papyri tablet or whatever. Like we make fun of Mormons and we say like, well, how are you gonna like pretend it's real? When this guy Joseph Smith said that this is like some Bible thing, and then they translate it, and it's obvious it's not. It's about like a funeral thing. And what's up, Codith? How you doing? The game is coming along. Working on some features right now. I'll show you in a bit. But yeah, I don't know. Making fun of Mormons for that stuff. We're joking about it. But then being like, yeah, Ben Shapiro built the pyramids. Ben Shapiro's ancestors built the pyramids. And then for no reason at all, Ben Shapiro's ancestors were kicked out of every country, kicked out of Egypt, because the water got poisoned, but that was from God, and it wasn't from who poisons wells. It was actually because God poisoned the wells and poisoned the water. I mean, at a certain point, you'd be like,
because there's really no choice when you look at it that way.
Hard to discredit all the miracles of Jesus? No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying Jesus is bad, dude. I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's a lot of stuff in the Old Testament that it's like, you think about it and you're like, kill everybody except for like the virgin girls. That's weird. I don't know if God said that. I don't know if God spoke to somebody until murder everybody except for the women you can have sex with. I don't know if God really told somebody, hey, dude, you should go kill everybody except for the girls that are virgins. You should murder everybody, though, who's not a virgin. God wants us to kill everybody except for the ones we can have sex with. You know what I mean? That seems kind of like, if you flip the coin 50-50, God said that, or somebody said God said that, I would probably, you know what I mean? So true, Paul Town should judge God. Well, that's again, it's like, at that level, you can just say the same thing with Mormonisms, because like that's what they say. They say like, oh, God said that. God told Joseph Smith to lie, so that way Mormonism would spread faster. what are you going to judge God? And it's like, it's kind of using your brain. It's kind of using your brain a little bit to be like, I don't know. I'm not sure if God told Joseph Smith to lie about what was on the tablets, what was on the thing that got translated by the Rosetta Stone. I'm not really sure. Like, you know, Mormons are just like Catholics. If you use your brain, well, Jovian, I know it's upsetting, but at the end of the day, I'm not a Catholic. So, if I was Catholic, you could whatever. I'm sorry, I'm not supporting Sophie Rain. And I'm sorry, I'm not subscribed to Sophie Rain's OnlyFans. And I find it hard to believe that pottery that would be destroyed in a flood didn't get destroyed in a flood, despite being around and not being destroyed. There are certain like artifacts from like civilizations that they just should be gone. Like if there was a flood 6,000 years ago, and they're not. So I'm sorry. Next time I'll stop thinking about it and I'll subscribe to Sophie Rain. All right. Maybe then I can become Catholic. You know what I mean? Jovian claims to be Catholic, but is anti-Beardson. That's a good point, Geralta, actually. That's actually a very good point. Not to mention the Old Testament goes to multiple layers of Jews worshiping Saturn/Satan. Yeah, I don't know. Once again, I think it's probably. I've always been of the opinion, and this is going to get me in trouble, so this is going to be upsetting. This is going to get me in big trouble with you guys. Once you guys are done jerking off to Sophie Rain, you can excommunicate me from Catholicism. Is that I don't know, the whole like knowing Jesus's name properly versus spelling it wrong. Like if just say somebody like on an island, somebody on an island pronounces it Jesus, right? Would they not go to heaven because they don't know Jesus' name? They think it's Jesus, or they think it's spelled differently. Like, some of the stuff, when you think about it a little bit, it's like, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure why somebody would they don't know they're not Catholic. You know what I mean? I'm not really sure if that makes sense for them not to if they weren't baptized. So if somebody gets converted and then they get killed before they're baptized, or they don't get baptized, they can't go to heaven. It's like very, I don't know. It's very whatever. I kind of keep it to myself because it doesn't really matter, and I think it's good. But at a certain point, you have to say to yourself, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure, and that's okay. You know what I mean? Wrong answer, proceed to hell. Yeah. But we're just using Christianity to get dumb people. I'm a firm believer that if someone lets Jesus change them, it will happen. I'm living proof of that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's the thing, too. My whole thing with Christianity is like, it could be wrong and fake. But if I end up going, dying, and then it's like, whatever, Muhammad or aliens, it's like Xenu. And they're like, you believed in Jesus, and you chose to accept Jesus' sacrifice, his death on the cross, and chose to believe in his resurrection, and, accepted the authority and the hierarchy of Jesus and God the Father, blah, blah, blah. And you are a moron, and where it's actually a Xenu, I'm not going to be upset because I'll be like, well, okay, well, I did what I thought was right. I chose to believe something, and, well, I guess that makes, I'm not really the jerk here. I'm not really the jerk here. I'm not really too stressed because guess what? I chose to believe it. Was I wrong? I guess. That's life. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where it's like, why do all three Abrahamic religions mutilate and traumatize baby boys at birth? You're the first to think of these. Once again, it's just like that's the smarminess where it's like you're just being smarmy, dude. Being smarmy isn't like a response. Like it really isn't. And I know it's kind of like frustrating or whatever, but being smarmy, it's like it's not I guarantee you I've thought about this more than you. Like I guarantee you I've thought about this way more respectfully than you. And I'm not coming out telling you guys not to be Catholic or something like that. I kind of go out of my way not to. I kind of go out of my way to think that faith is like a good thing to have, even if it's not perfect, right? But yeah, being smarmy doesn't win you like just if people being smarmy to you is like appealing, just know that it's to most people, to a lot of people, it's actually not that appealing. It's kind of like unappealing. And personally, I've had enough people be smarmy where it's like it's not going to make me like say I hate these people or I don't like these people. But for a lot of people, it actually is like even if the right message is right, if somebody delivers it in a smarmy way, people will just naturally say, "Hey, I don't believe this, and this sucks, and I don't want to even think about this because I hate this person who introduced it to me." You know what I mean? I haven't been around for a couple of weeks. Been in prayer, open up your stream, and this is what's being discussed. Yeah, being smarmy is having these concerns and not finding answers. Thinking about it isn't the same as learning. Look, dude, you're not teaching anything. So if you wanted to teach something, you could teach something. But what you're doing is you're being nobody's ever thought about that. And it's like, I don't know. Do you honestly believe that like the group that does all the bad things were kidnapped to make pyramids for Pharaoh? Like, do you actually believe that? Like, since you want to be like whatever, do you actually unironically believe that Jewish people were a slave labor force that did physical labor, and then God made water get poisoned and frogs went everywhere? Do you actually believe that? Do you think Ben Shapiro's ancestors built pyramids, dude? I'm not teaching. You have conceit in your foundations. See, once again, that's just stupid, dude. It's like, come on, bro. Yes, it's possible. Okay, well, that's fair. That's fine. But personally, for me, I find it hard to believe. I find it hard to believe that Jewish people built pyramids and were slaves, dude. I know it's very hard to say this because you're Catholic or something, which I don't know. I think that's true. You can box Ben Shapiro. You can build a pyramid. No, that's the thing. It's just like there's a certain things, dude, and then it's also like there's just archaeology that like proves like the flood didn't happen 5,000 years ago. Like, I'm sorry. Now you can do all this stuff and say, hey, like it doesn't mean that Jesus isn't God, right? It doesn't mean that Jesus isn't saved or isn't whatever, didn't die and rise again or whatever. You can do all that, but you have to be kind of reasonable where it's like, yeah, some of the stuff doesn't really pass the smell test on like very basic things, Shapiro weirds me out. Dude, you're anti-Semitic. Debunked. You never see Jays in construction jobs. Well, it's at the end of the day, it's one of those things that it's like the only reason I'm even like talking about it is because Jovian's being so like weird about it. Honestly, like this doesn't keep me up at night. You know what I mean? It doesn't really impact me whether or not everything in the Bible happened. You know what I mean? You can just choose to kind of believe. What if God used tricky time magic to make it seem like that, but it actually did? Yeah, what if that happened? You never know. What if it was? What if it was tricky time magic? Okay, that's fair. Yeah, what if it was? You're echoing things already answered, dude. That's not a valid response, dude. There is no response to like actual evidence of like. And just like there really is that's not true, dude. Like it's not like apologetics. I've read books on like apologetic books. I've read different things. It's all fake, dude. Like those books are like crap, dude. You are what you do when they did that work under duress. They were put into concentration camps. They wouldn't bathe themselves. I'm sorry. Dinosaurs are fake. Dragons are real. The Egypt slaves are probably saints. Auschwitz work will set you free. What would you trust as real then? Life. Like if I hit my hand will hurt. What do you mean? Hitler used tricky time magic too, yeah. They were forced to bathe. They worked in the camps too. They did not work in the camps, dude. What are you talking about? That's why they had a bunch of diseases, dude. They wouldn't bathe. They wouldn't wash themselves. They wouldn't do any work, dude. You look at the camps that are set up in America, the internment camps. Now you're just baiting me into saying something too based. You look at the internment camps of Japanese people and Germans, and it's like civilization. You look at the internment camps in Germany or the work camps, and it's just like retarded people who are just like not doing anything, dude. I see your point, Paul Town. It does make me chuckle, but I have to have faith. Yeah, no, honestly, that's the thing. It's like I think a lot of the stuff in the Old Testament is probably like whatever. But, am I going to be like, Jesus didn't die and raise from the dead? It's like, why would I do that? Why would I go out of my way to be like, I refuse to believe that? I can believe that. That's totally fine. But the stuff where it's like, God's like, kill the men and the women, leave the young girls who are virgins to have sex with. And it's like, I could see Jovian writing this, but that doesn't really seem too reasonable to me. It doesn't really seem too reasonable to me. You know what I mean? I don't think God would say that. I think that's pretty, now maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I get to heaven. And that's the thing. Maybe you get there and they're like, yeah, well, this makes sense because of this. I'm like, okay, cool, dude. I could be totally wrong. I'm totally open to being wrong. But personally, I think it reads more like people who are just saying, God told me to go rape kids. God told me to go rape kids. You know what I mean? You're making a lot of assumptions. Yeah, of course I'm making assumptions. Everyone makes assumptions, dude. Yeah, and it's just like the people who are, the base of it are so dishonest about everything, dude. It's like, yeah, so they're dishonest about literally everything except for the thing that is like not checkable. Everything, they lie about everything. But the one thing they didn't lie about is the thing you can't verify. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. I guess these pathological liars, they were so kind that the one thing I can't fact check, they actually were telling the truth about. It's crazy.
Into the morass of racial politics.
It's crazy.
Missing the real gold that's right in front of people, particularly with Christianity.
No, dinosaurs weren't real, dude. Dragons, I believe in dragons if it's in the Bible. Dinosaurs are obviously fake.
But they want to use it, maybe to go back to the Christ is King, they want to use it as a political.
But it's one of those things where it's like, does it really matter? No, it doesn't really matter. To me, it doesn't really matter if there was a literal Garden of Eden or a metaphorical Garden of Eden. It doesn't actually, like, I'm not tearing out my hair and like thinking about it. I don't have much hair left to tear out anyway. But I don't have any, it doesn't matter if it was like a metaphor or a literal thing. It doesn't matter if like circumcision was really important or like an insane person who told people to mutilate the baby's penis. It doesn't really, honestly, to me, it doesn't. What really matters is, do you accept there's a creator of the universe? And do you, cede your authority at the end of the day to that creator? Everything else, in my opinion, is probably pretty, people are going to get wrong, But I could go to hell. I could go burn forever. That's okay. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll apologize if I'm wrong. If I got to heaven, if I died and it was like, well, you're wrong for this reason, I'd be like, okay. All right, chill, dude. Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. All good. I got you. You're right. I'm wrong. That's one of those things where it's like, I think a lot of the thing about religion and a lot of stuff about religion is kind of like, are you willing to accept you're not God, you're not the person in charge of everything, and you don't know best, right? And if you're willing to accept that, I think, if I had to guess, when you die, you probably end up pretty chill. But I think if you're like a bad seed, he's like, no, I refuse to accept there's a loving God because there's suffering in the world. Then I think it just speaks to your heart where you're like, I am God and I know everything. And I think that's kind of like the game that's being played. Now, I could be totally wrong. Maybe I'm going to go burn in hell for that. And maybe I'll change my mind. That's the thing. I'm happy with changing my mind too. Maybe I'll change my mind tomorrow or today. Maybe Jovian's chats will change my entire mind and I'll become a Catholic. I doubt it, but I could change my mind 5 years, 10 years. It is what it is. What if you're never corrected? Even if you go to hell, you're corrected, dude. Like, if you go to hell or wherever, it's pretty much a form of correction, It is what it is. You know, what am I gonna do? Am I gonna live my life in fear because, well, what if Catholicism's not right? What if Orthodoxy's right? What if Orthodoxy's right? Not right? What if it's Lutheranism? What if it's not Lutheranism? What if it's Calvinism? What if it's not Calvinism? What if it's like Universalism? You know what I mean? It's like, okay, all right, I got stuff to do. Okay, I'm sorry. Here's 10% of my income. Now let me go. Now let me go make chibi games. Okay.
bludgeon instead of like, this is
You're too prideful. No, that's the thing. It's like I'm actually not, and it's very condescending to say that, dude. It's very condescending. I don't think you understand what pride is. I'm actually a very not prideful person. I'm a very humble person, actually. I'm probably might be more humble than anyone you've ever met, honestly. To be quite frank, I might be the most humble person alive. I can think of some prideful Catholics, though, but I don't want to upset you.
a liberating thing from your flesh. Do you not want that more than you want your?
God says, "Well done, my good and faithful servant EPZ. You were correct about everything." You know, if that happened, I wouldn't even be shocked. I might be mildly surprised, but I'd be like, you know what, God, thank you. Finally, somebody gets it. Finally, somebody agrees with me, and it doesn't hurt that it's the person who made everything. So, chill. That's pretty chill, and I'm pretty happy about how this turned out. You know what I mean? I'll be like, oh yeah, you know what, dude. Awesome. I'm actually really happy. I'm still it's kind of annoying because it's like, damn, I wish I was kind of wrong about some stuff because now like I'm here forever, I guess, in heaven. What's the point? But chill, I guess. It's better than getting whatever Jovian wanted to have happen to me. You know what I mean? And then I'll say, where's Jovian? He's like, oh, he's in hell for being a pedophile. I say, oh, wow. That's surprising.
Tribal belonging. And I don't know that people do, at least not yet.
I knew
Well,
you were
it's
a
funny
real
because
one.
I think the criticism that I hear a lot, maybe this is kind of what you're getting at, is that like, well, you're making too much of your racial or ethnic identity. And I've also thought the opposite. Like the chat group identity.
Dude. Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm I don't know. I'm of the opinion there's like a lot of biblical stuff. I think some of it is like a lot of it is misused. Once again, the problem with this, like there people use like the problems of like the church having pedophiles in it. I'm not just saying Catholic Church. I'm saying like every church has like weird stuff. Like Orthodoxy has weird stuff in it. Non-Catholic churches have stuff in it. Catholic churches have stuff in it. But like they use that as an example of like, well, how can it be right if law? So I'm not even coming from that where it's like, oh well, people do bad things. Like, yeah, duh, dude, people are people. What I'm coming from is like certain things just don't really pass the smell test. And out of respect for not wanting to go overboard and be like, God isn't real, blah blah blah. I don't really think God is not real. I think that's probably an IQ thing. I think there's probably a midwit range where like God's not real. I don't really worry about it too much. But whenever people push me on it, it kind of is like annoying. And then I go back into I go into Spurg mode. I go into Spurg Reddit mode when people try to like condescend to me about like not looking into things. And it's like, dude, my entire life all I do is look into things. And I'm pretty good at it. Pretty chill with it, you know. So that's when I go into autist, Spurg Redditor mode.
Chat group identity is stronger than whatever organic identities that God has given you in His providence.
Paul Town in heaven. Wow, there are a lot of dumb people here, huh? Oh, dude, it won't be any different than Earth, bro. Why would it? Intelligence. That's another thing. Intelligence is one of those things where it's like there are a lot of cool dumb people, a lot of dumb or a lot of annoying smart people. Like people being smart or dumb isn't like their value. But then people like think I have that like opinion. I don't have that opinion at all. In fact, I might be one of the most pro-retarded people I've ever met. You know, I probably have more experience being kind to people with Down syndrome, literal and figurative, than most of you guys will ever do. All they have is ad homs. Yeah, that's the thing too. It's always like that's what makes it, because it's like there's the ad homs and it's like it feels like low class and it feels trashy to even point it out. That's like one of those things that say don't talk politics, religion, or whatever. It's like it feels like smarmy to point out like how retarded people are being, which is why I don't really talk about this stuff at all. But it is paganism does seem pretty chill, you know. Odin seems real to me. Odin and whatever, Odin, Thor. What's the other Marvel characters? Thor, Iron Man, Spider-Man. All those seem a lot more real. You know what I mean?
So I think of like my
It's
own
not an
identity
ad
is like
hom when you're wrong. Wrong about, dude, I'm literally, that's the thing. Nothing I've said is like right or wrong. That's the crazy part. It's like nothing I'm saying is like this didn't happen. I'm saying to me, this doesn't really make sense. To me, this doesn't really make sense, right? Chopping off your penis doesn't really make sense to me, you know? Circumcision doesn't really make much sense to me. All right? Sorry, it doesn't. Call me a crazy person. Circumcision seems like it should be called child abuse and should be illegal. Call me a crazy person. I think mutilating a child's penis should, just like mutilating a girl's whatever, you know what? I'm not going to say it though, is illegal. And child mutilation, mutilating a boy's penis and their baby, it should be illegal. And I kind of find it hard to square something that's illegal with like something that's like a God told me to do it. You know what I mean? Life would make sense if I wouldn't make sense if I was getting evicted. Dude, come on, bro. Look, that's not very Christ-like of you. Yeah, it's not very Christ-like of you. We keep it classy here. We do not find the on the Peloton stream. Yeah, you should have a God mode on your game. When you push it, nothing happens. Oh, that's good. That'll be the Reddit edition. That's good. But I do. No, that's the thing. I believe in God. I think a lot of it is like a test, though. Honestly, unironically, I think a lot of religion is like a test. Since you guys really want the truth, since I'm being evicted anyway, I'm gonna be under a bridge anyway soon, shooting up heroin. I think a lot of it is like a lot of religion is like a test where it's like a lot of people use religion to like be unchristian, to be unreligious, to be cruel, and a lot of it is like actually it's like a satanic inversion. A lot of people, some of the worst people in the world, say they're religious. Ever heard of Nick Fuentes?
I'm part of a region. I'm part of a family. I'm part of this.
Schizo takes. Yeah, I don't know. Well, that's like it's like this, right? If I was making, and once again, so this is going to be where it's like you're not God, but like so this is just inferential reasoning where it's like I could be wrong, but this is just my thinking on certain things. If I had, it's like the story of the this is a story of the what are they called, the talents, and there's the three servants, and the master goes away, gives the talents to the three people. One of them invests it and makes money. One invested it loses money or something, and the other one just buries them, right? So it doesn't, the specifics don't really matter too much, but like the general trend. And he comes back, and then the one is who like invested it, even if he lost or made, I think he made money back or whatever. He's like, yeah, here's your talents are just money. Here's more money because you were, trustworthy. You tried your best. You did your best, and the other one who tried to do something, but it kind of worked out. I think I remember correctly the parable. I think that's like, and they're like, okay, he's like, here's still some stuff you tried well too. Here's some stuff, not as much as the guy who succeeded. And then the guy who buried the money, because like I didn't want to lose it. He's like, get away. You wasted all my time. You wasted whatever. It's not, once again, it's not really about the specifics about what they did. It's more about how they like thought about it and like what's the value. And I think it's kind of similar with like religion and stuff, where it's not necessarily whether or not you know the right Bible verses, whether or not you even know the right name, or whether you know the right lore. I think it's really about the heart in terms of like, I accept there's a hierarchy and I know that there's, whatever, and I don't understand how the world works, but I believe there's a purpose to it. And I believe there's some force, some entity, some sort of thing above me in the hierarchy that is, above humanity, and there's like right and wrong. And I'm not gonna be perfect, but I'll do my best to follow it. And when I mess up, I think that's honestly like the goal. I think that's kind of like what the real point of life is, and one of the real tests. Not like, do you know the lore? Are you going to the right church? Are you baptized? Are you not baptized? All that stuff. I don't. I think there's like a lot of good stuff in things, and calling me a horrible person for it. I am baptized, so. But I think like at the end of the day, that makes more sense. Where it's like, is it about knowing the right name? Is it about knowing the right thing? Is it about going to the right church on the right date? Is it about getting baptized? Is it about whatever? to me, that a lot of that seems like works. Now, sometimes it's like getting married, right? It's like if you get married, yeah, like you don't have to do things. You don't have to get married to be married, right? You don't have to go to a judge, and you can live with somebody your entire life, and you're essentially married, even though you're not technically, in the eyes of the state or the church, married. You're or married because you're living exactly as a married person, right? But it's still good to get married because it shows a commitment, and it's a good thing to follow, not to stir people, not to freak people out, to like go through the hassle, go through like the pomp and circumstance. Functionally, it's the exact same thing as living with somebody and then never leaving, right? Then it's never breaking up. It's the same exact thing. The only difference is like, if you know it's going to cause distress by not getting married, you know it's going to cause distress by whatever, not going through the pomp and circumstance and the niceness. There's something to be said for it's the right thing to do to get married. And I think it's kind of similar with a lot of religion, where it's like making a good faith effort is probably the best you can do. And I think people who make a good faith effort are probably going to be fine, regardless of whether or not they go to church. Call me a horrible, evil person. Call me going to hell. Hey, if that's what it is, I'll correct myself when I find out. Believe me, when I find out, I'm not one to like get mad at like it being different than that. If it's just something else, I'll be like, yeah, sure. Sure, I agree. I will agree with you. You are in charge. I'm willing to suck up, I'm willing to be a suck up. Easy. So I'm not gonna change my mind until I need to suck up, you know what I mean? Hopefully that's not too upsetting, If God is real, why did he kill personal computing? Yeah, that's a good point. If God is real, then why am I not allowed to smoke weed before I go to church? Don't you think there are certain assumptions about reality everyone has that keeps us from understanding the full nature of reality? And that you are a part of everybody? Yeah, no, I don't think anybody can inside this universe can understand everything in reality. You know? I don't think anybody's perfect. I think we're all, because we're part of the system, we're not gonna get everything right. I think there's probably, there's almost definitely some sort of force outside of this system that invented this system, or whatever that is, we would call God, that we can kind of understand, but it's our understanding is limited. I think there's probably more dimensions and more stuff outside. I think we're probably inside of like a funnel that gets more complex outside of like different realms. Once again, I don't think it really matters. I think it's like at the end of the day, our job, I think, is to pretty much live our life and do our best, and we'll get there when we get there. It doesn't really. We don't need to understand everything about what's. Maybe we won't get there, but if we get there, we'll get there. And why try to figure everything out? Because guess what? We're here. Let's figure out what we have going on, and then we'll figure out what's beyond later. Because it's not our job to figure out what's beyond. You know what I mean? But everything just kind of like happened, man. Like that. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, that doesn't make sense either. But yeah, I don't know. People get upset about this. I mean, I guess it's fair. I guess it's fair to get upset about this. I guess it's fun. It's more fun to talk about it when I'm behind the screen. I can just push the power button and exit out and ban you guys whenever I see you guys making points. But yeah, I don't know. I grew up around like creationists, young Earth creationists, that sort of thing. And I've seen like the Ken Ham stuff. I've read different apologetics people. I forget even who. I read the deist stuff. I read the whatever. I read Reddit. So I feel like I have a decent like C.S. Lewis, all that crap, So I'm not coming this from the position of like I hate God and how could evil things happen, So I'm not, but I also am kind of, I've been around the block enough, and I've seen cults and I've seen stuff to where I kind of see some similarities to certain things, and I've also, there's certain realities of life, there's certain realities of different groups, and then there's certain stories that don't really jive with reality. You know what I mean? Ken Ham, the creationist. I'm familiar. I like, like Ken Ham. But so for me, it's like, not even to say you guys' arguments is like Ken Ham tier. It's just, I've been around enough snake handlers. I've been around enough people who are faith healers and whatever. I've seen enough of the speaking in tongues, the whatever it's called, and the to not have like the reaction of like people saying, "Oh, you just don't get it," be like sufficient. Like to me, like the people who are like that, it's like, okay. Yeah, I didn't get speaking in tongues and shaking on the ground either when I was a teenager. I didn't understand it either, and as I got older, I didn't change my mind about what it was. I kind of like actually realized, oh yeah, you were actually just right. These people are like insane and like mentally ill, and like this is very bad for everybody. You know, it didn't. I'm kind of immune to the shame of whatever. You know, so you talk too much about yourself, dude. Come on, bro. You're the one who's made like 15 accounts after getting banned on each one by one. It's like the Ark, but it's all your alt accounts, and we're just leading them all onto this boat, and the boat says banned. And it's every stream, just 2 more, one by one, one more account, 2 more accounts, 3 more accounts. But all streamers are narcissists. I will live on as refugees on Jimbo's planet. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, and also to me, Scientology makes the most sense. Let's just be real. Scientology makes the most sense. Let's just be straight up. Let's just drop the mask. Let's just drop the mask and all Hadazinu or whatever it's called. Tom Cruise. You're gonna tell me Tom Cruise is wrong? It's just pride. It's kind of crazy that the Ark's location for crashing is where white people originate. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, it's just pride. Nice shoulder pads. Thank you. You should have exposed Scientology. No, Scientology can't be exposed, dude. Scientology is right. Scientology is correct about everything. And if you don't get it, you're just prideful. I think you guys who don't like Scientology, you're filled with pride, and you're also possessed by aliens. I think aliens are possessing you and making you confused, and you're never going to escape the volcano planet, and you're going to go back into the volcano unless you become a Scientologist. Does that sound very compelling to you? Does that sound like extremely... If you were me and I was you and I said that to you, once you figured out what that even means, would you like would that scare you? Do you think does that scare you guys when I say that? Does that elicit fear, or like does that make you think that I'm like a serious person and like think honestly and think clearly about what you're saying? Pull up the Tom Cruise clip with Oprah. Yeah. Scientology has actual power, bro. When's the last time a Catholic lawfared someone to death for slandering the church? Are you... I don't know. I can't tell if you're joking or not, dude. Are you joking right now? Tell me you're joking, because I don't want to spurg out. I have too many friends who are Catholic to spurg out about Catholicism. I've been very careful. I actually got away not to spurg out at Catholicism because I'm actually a very nice person. Tell me you're joking, please, dude. I don't care, Paul. Go outside and smell the dirt. All right, you're joking. Good. All right. He's not trolling. Please spurg out. No, dude. No, I like Catholicism. It's not for me. And maybe I'll go to hell forever because I'm not Catholic. But I like a lot of Catholic people. I think Catholicism is good for a lot of people. I think it benefits a lot of people, and I think a lot of people need Catholicism to be Catholic, to like have, it's good. I think it's good. It's good for a lot of people. I think Catholicism is probably not right, but I'm happy. I'm happy for Catholics. Same thing with Orthodox people, But yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just weird. I don't know. I just feel like Jovian's trolling me. I can't believe that he's actually like seriously Catholic when he's like a pedophile. To me, it's like, hey, you do what you got to do, but for him, it's just like very odd to have somebody who's like into children being like, how dare you? You know what I mean? Big Bongo's Catholic. You are not Catholic. You're probably a real Catholic, dude. That's because you're not like a Catholic at all. You're probably like one of the real Catholics, one of the few real Catholics in this circle who was raised Catholic, so they don't actually do anything or go to church. Doesn't even do no, don't even do like literally has zero impact on their entire life. Yeah, religious stuff, I don't know. I've never found it that compelling. I've never found well, then again, I've never found politics compelling either. I guess I don't really find arguing with anybody compelling. I guess I just find everybody retarded. Oh, okay, there we go. Let's see this. So yeah, this isn't what we need yet. Yeah, like why is that like that, you know? The outer rings need to be rotated too. I'm a cultural Christian like Spencer. He's just a fat person who made up a Reddit religion, dude. Dude, he invented like Marvel movies, the Marvel religion. Paul Town worships checkered cubes, yeah. No, I don't know. I think religion is good. I think it's probably more abstract than. It's like when people argue about programming. This is kind of how I see it, and you know, call me whatever you want to call me for this. People argue about different programming languages, and it's like, dude, this is like programming for a computer. Some people are good at it, and some people think about it properly, and they use Java because that's a good one, and then some other people use JavaScript, and everybody else is bad. But I think that's how I think of it. Religion is like, either you understand how to do software engineering or you don't. Okay? Like, either you understand how to do it, and by default, because you understand how to do it, you can now do actual programming across different languages, or you don't. And you learn some syntax, and you like start arguing about like C# versus C++ and whatever. You know, it's one of those things where it's like, I kind of think like that's kind of how I view religion generally, where it's like either you have have a relationship with God, and this is all after I took mushrooms. I started to believe this. I took one mushroom and I said, what if we're all just energy? What if we're all just energy in the air? And no, I'm kidding. I've kind of felt this for a long time, but I think religion is a good thing. Sure beats being an atheist. I don't like how it does this though. I don't know, like the rotation part. I guess we'll do to make sure the corner. Oh, I guess because it's rotating around. What do we need to do then? Is for the corner pieces, they need to also be that looks good. Let's see. But we also need temporary corner piece tops to rotate. So the edges don't look weird. Actually, we just want the edge pieces to rotate too. We also need the corner and edge pieces. You should make a game mode where the cube falls apart over time, maybe. What if I made it where it just says become Catholic or die? Deus Volts, and then it's like a picture of Sophie Rain in like a nun outfit. Would you guys like that? Or is that too far? Is that upsetting? That looks good, but we also need corner and edge pieces to rotate. Let's see. Corner and edge pieces to rotate along with the rest. But yeah, I generally think religion and politics should be separate. Another Reddit opinion, I know. But I generally think it's not the job of people in politics to talk about religion, because politics are so inherently dirty and gross that like there's no association. Like if I had an association with like a political group or like a religious group, it would just be like bad. You know what I mean? There would be no good like aspect of me being connected to a specific faith or denomination. because I'm like a dirty, gross person. You know what I mean? I try not to be. I do my best not to. But at the end of the day, like that's the nature of this crap. You know what I mean? So it's kind of the same thing where it's like, yeah, I don't. The tying of religious stuff to political stuff, I think it's a sin. Maybe place things on each block like a trap or walls. Notice how they renamed it to cut versus uncut. So cut sounds positive and uncut sounds negative. I never really thought about the circumcision thing because my parents were mentally ill, so I wasn't mutilated. So it was one of those things that it was like, it was the same thing as like World War II and the Holocaust. It's like I had history books growing up, but I was homeschooled. So like the Holocaust happened and all that stuff, all that good stuff. But it was never like a big thing. It was just like in a book. And I was like, okay, whatever. I never really thought about it twice. The same thing with like all this crap. Same thing with religion, honestly, where it was kind of like, I never really was like that deranged about it. I bought Paul Town's foreskin from eBay. Dude, come on, bro. I mean, being able to place things there, here and there to control the environment? Maybe. Maybe. Like, once we get this, it'll be good. Like, it's not there yet. Dude, why do I clicking the cube? The cube breaks it, bro. Set face spin camera anchor. I'm just clicking on it so I can see it. I got my neener cut. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. Yeah, I don't know what the deal with that is. I think people who do that are like insane. I think people who do that are insane, but grenades? Yeah, grenades are still definitely on the list. But I just need to get like the basics of the actual mechanics down. My politics are we should live in white society, everything else can be fixed or improved. Dude, nothing is going to happen. It's time you make peace with it, guys. Nothing. We're just going to go all out tonight, I guess. That's what happens when I do an early stream. It's not even 8 p.m. yet, and I'm just like, it's not real. Wake up. Wake up. It's not real. Nothing's going to happen politically, dude. Technology's too powerful. You'll not beat technology. Wake up. The only reason it's even the only reason stuff is even happening because it's like technology now makes it feasible to import a bunch of people to be like underpaid workers. It wasn't feasible, so it wasn't happening. Now it's feasible, so it's happening. What's next is data centers and AI and robotics. They're going to kill you, dude. They're going to kill all of us. And that's not going to be able to, we're not going to be able to stop it. We're just going to be murdered by robots, okay? So you might as well enjoy your life before you get murdered by robots. Countries are over. It's finito. Wake up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, not even Israel is an ethno state. Yeah, that's another thing. It's like Israel is not all powerful. Sorry, guys. Israel and Jews don't run the world. It's not Jews, okay? What else can I say to make people upset before the weekend? It's not Jews, dude. Jews aren't the problem, bro. And by the way, I will be live on Daily Wire tomorrow to discuss. I will be talking to Ben Shapiro tomorrow to discuss to discuss whatever it is, maybe Israel. They discussed on the Daily Wire. What if you got killed by a Polish robot That would be scary, dude. That would be really scary. The future is Indians and robots. And the future isn't Indians, dude. The future is like all humanity is being debased by robots, dude. Go outside. Half the people you see, if you look a little closer, they're actually not even people. They're robots, bro. Wake up. Stop being stupid. You're being divided by robots. Lucas Gage controls the narrative. Matt Nuclear and Paul Town podcast called Nuketown. It's good. Yeah, I don't know. Do you think AI will make slave labor obsolete? No, I don't think so. I think it'll be like people will struggle to find like how to use AI properly, but like the ones that do use it properly will then benefit and then like not hire people. And so it'll kind of phase out. It'll kind of be probably fairly a gradual thing where it's like hard to do it properly because you have to scale your business. I think like new businesses will do better long term than a lot of older business because trying to retrofit something is hard. Like if you have structures of like employees and schedules and offices and hardware, but I think like new businesses that implement stuff properly, they'll still have employees or whatever, but they'll like properly do more efficient in whatever they're doing. And then by default they'll win, right? Because they're like better. The new gen of companies, and then they'll just outcompete like old companies, and then old companies will go kaput, and then there will be less need for, the big I think the big unemployment things will be like companies going bankrupt. I don't even know if companies can go bankrupt anymore though. They might just get bought, but stuff like that where companies are totally failing, and then like people will just be out of a job. Not by virtue of like being fired, more like by virtue of like companies just failing. And it kind of will slot in gradually. I don't know how fast, but like for example, like there's like a lot of consumer electronics. For example, like Apple just raised their laptop prices by 30% because it's like really hard with RAM and stuff. Because we have basically opened up a new venue of like exploitation of silicone and like to basically generate intelligence that will hypothetically that's going to raise prices for everything over time and different components. I don't even know because I haven't really looked into it, right? And by virtue of that, other components that we have that we just take for granted, other things, certain things, whether it's RAM. No, there we go. Now we just need to work on that. Oh, this is kind of cool. Now we need to work on the color shift. And so like things that are feasible businesses, certain things that weren't feasible, like certain businesses that are small or big but weren't feasible will become feasible. But then also businesses like of certain consumer electronics, whether it's tablets or laptops or stuff that we're not even thinking of, like a compute or like stuff in like anything that uses a computer or some sort of like material, right? Just I think there's vape liquid. That's an example. Like NVIDIA, I think unveiled I think it was today or recently. They unveiled let me see if I can find it. This is actually I was thinking about looking into, but NVIDIA vape liquid. Oops. Coolant. Liquid cooling system that runs hotter than a hot tub, promises to reduce electricity consumption and cut water use by up to 100%. Where is it? Stuff like this, where it's like propylene glycol, right? I don't know how that's made. I don't know what's going to be like whatever. I don't know if it actually is going to be used. I'm not saying this is going to make a change to the world, right? But something like this is going to happen where it's like whatever this is used in somewhere else, whether it's a vape machines or something else, that is, the coolant or whatever, if it's in a car engine, something like that, different components and different systems will become unfeasible to do. And so like the world and how we see it and how we use it and how we interact with different things, what's cheap, what's expensive. It could be furniture, it could be cars, it could be batteries, it could be whatever, food, it could be ovens, stoves, books. There's just going to be so many downstream effects of like being able to summon intelligence by virtue or something similar to intelligence that, certain things will cost more, certain things will cost less, and certain businesses that were totally feasible because you had some byproduct, that was cheap because nobody's using it, that now all of a sudden is being dumped into data centers or dumped into or like completely in demand. Those products that were just taken for granted are going to be like not available because guess what? All that specific material is being like bought immediately before it becomes available. So like things like that will change. But once again, I think we were not really ready for what the world is going to look like. Not because even just like what it does, but by virtue of manufacturing stuff and by virtue of different components being way more expensive, right? It's like a good example would be like drones and stuff like that is like, are drones going to be like feasible to make? Are they going to be super expensive all of a sudden because now of computer components and stuff like that? Who knows? I don't know. I haven't looked into it. I'm sure some people have, but like how warfare changes, what different things change is going to be like, it's just everything is going to change fundamentally on like a very serious level because all like the manufacturing loops and all the different flows of like how resources and factories work are going to be changed. Mo water. My Venice tokens run off a hot tub. Yeah. Would you buy cookies for 5 from a random brand or 10 from a friend? Small companies are the future. I don't buy cookies. We make them here. We make them. We don't buy cookies. But what was I gonna say? Oh, back to Catholicism. No, I'm kidding. If you make communism or capitalism but infuse it with right racial ideology, it's perfect 100% of the time. Communism and capitalism must be done away with. They're too archaic. We need distributism. Yeah, I don't know. Even trucking will be gone soon, like next decade, RAM and SSD disks. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that it's like, I don't even know, dude. You will always hire people you care about, so companies will be small and local. That could be true. Might not be. Paul, you a chud. Big Bongo, your wife's with me for the week, says Geralt. Come on, dude. That's messed up. Do you think brain chips can actually work according to their marketed concept? I don't know. I don't see why not. I mean, I don't really pay attention to it because it doesn't really matter to me. I mean, eventually, hypothetically, everything's possible. Everything's possible, but I don't really see the point. I mean, the thing that really is freaky, though, about all of it. Well, the real thing that's freaky is if we can make computers that are sentient. What does that imply about us? You know what I mean? And what does it imply about whatever made us? And it's the same thing with like brain chips that like change what you see and like how you perceive reality. Like if that is ever possible, which it probably is, what does that imply about our like reality now? You know what I mean? Before the brain chips. And then it makes you ask the question that I've said before on here. Like, if that's true, then dude, the back and forth thing is so cool. If that's true, then should I even say it? I forgot what I was gonna say. It doesn't matter. It was so deep. So deep that no. If we're like right on the edge of like the singularity, right? What are the odds on like an infinite timeline? We're here. There was I saw somebody say something similar, which is actually interesting. I'd never heard someone say it before. That's some sort of like a doomsday theory or something like that, where it's like, if there's an infinite amount of time and we're here, it's like, well, what's 1 divided by 1,000, right? 1,000 years is 1/1000. What's 1 divided by infinity? It's like 0. So we have to assume that like the world's going to end because like the odds of being plopped down at this specific time in reality is 0% unless it's not an infinite time, and then we're right at the end of the infinite time. So that's an interesting, it was fun to see somebody like say something similar to what I was saying, but it is very odd to think about like if we're about to like change reality in such a fundamental way, how is it that we were born to this time and it's just about to the world's about to change forever? What are the odds that actually is the reality? What are the odds that we're in like the movie moment where that's the end of the world and everything is about to end? Would this be more reasonable that it's like that's actually the end of the world? Or we're in like a video game where we're like strapped in to be like, this is what the end of the world feels like. And it's like, wow, it's like a video game. It's like crazy. You can do anything in this game. You can make video games in this. You know what I mean? Time isn't real. Nothing is real. I think a simple and innocent function, weird and eerie. It is. But the weirdest thing about it, would be that that would mean none of you guys are real. And I'm the only real one because I'm like in the simulation. So I'm actually like controlling everything. But that's one of those things that's like freaky to think about because it's so real. It's like, damn, bro. That's me, bro. Everyone else is fake. Everyone's a robot. You just got to find their switch to turn them off. Yeah. I just got to find the VR headset to put my head into and pull it out so I can escape. No, Big Mongo's not the real one. You think a commenter, somebody who watches streams is the main character, dude? Give me a break. You think somebody who watches streams and comments on Kick could ever be the main character? I just played Half-Life Alyx for a few hours and now nothing feels real. That's one thing I always thought about, which was funny. It's just like, what if like you put on a VR headset and then like literally like your entire reality changes, but because you're in a VR headset you couldn't see it change. So like in like the world before putting the VR headset on, you were like a cat, right? Let's say you're a cat. Or you're a dinosaur, or you're just say you're a cat, right? And because I have bigger arms. You put on the VR headset, and the moment you put the VR headset on, because you're going into this like the simulation, it like changes the simulation changes what you are and your memories. And you don't remember that you used to be a cat. You're like, oh, I'm a person. Of course I'm a person. We're all people. But the moment before you occluded all your senses and changed your surroundings, you were like a cat on an alien planet, That's freaky. Kick is the main stage, so why not? It takes time to get used to, I think. I do 30 minutes a day till I get used to it. Weird as F. You said VR while I was typing it. Yeah, what if you're a simulation, dude? What if a Scottish neat? Aren't all Scottish people neats? What do they do in Scotland for like money? What is it like? Is it like coal or like peat? Is that what it is? Scottish peat, right? How did I know that? Dude, how did I know about Scottish peat? That's how I just made that up. Imagine like if you're in a simulation and you're the person making it. They go, what would be funny for Scottish people to have? I don't know, dirt. I don't know, let's make it so they got dirt. You know what I mean? Didn't mean to leave you hanging there, Paul Town. I'd say you were having a giggle with regards to Volcano Planet. Am I being possessed? I was downstairs making supper on headphones when the TV switched off. That's another reason Karasi was like proof we're in a simulation. Bro is not. That motherfucker is not real. He's like a literal like simulation bot, dude. There's no way he's real.
10-inch Hero sent $5 a small and humble gift.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. That's good. Now I don't have to ban you today. Thank you, 10-inch Hero, for $5. This is a simulation, yeah. I was doing gardening today with Pete. This is a simulation for real. Yeah, what did you have? Oatmeal earlier? You had oatmeal? You had oatmeal, then you went and did some gardening, made a cup of tea, and then you made a cup of hot black coffee, cold black coffee. And then you had a peanut butter sandwich. Bruh, crazy. Yeah, Ray Pete. Yeah, I like this twist. This is a good twisting mechanism. Yeah, I don't really like talking about their religious stuff because it's nobody can prove anything, right? Like none of us can prove any position, and it just makes people feel bad. Like for me, I'm okay with like having different perspective and whatever, but people do get upset, and I hurt people's feelings, and I don't mean to. So that's why I don't really like to talk about religious stuff because I don't think it's really provable in either way. I think that's kind of the point of it, is that you can't really prove it, you know? I just default to whatever Destiny says. Yeah, I like this little twisting mechanism. Dude, stop with the synchronicities. Peanut butter, yes. Black coffee, yes. Dude. Hey, what if I'm the creator of the simulation and you're just a robot? And you're just a robot and I am controlling you, and this is I'm like controlling your brain, making you have peanut butter, coffee, and oatmeal. It's actually not okay to be tolerant of other cultures and their concepts of divinity, not at all. Unless you are suicidal. That's all down. Race is like more important than that, and then race is way more important than religion, to be honest. And the problem is race is downstream from technology. Hopefully that makes sense. I don't care about voting. Can the government just work? No. But yeah, I agree. All right, we gotta watch the rest of this bad video.
Country. I'm a link in a chain. I'm going to have children after me. I'm going to pass down good things that came before me. I'm assuming each one of us has those things, and that fulfills us in ways. If your parents aren't Christian and you're going to be rejected by converting to Christ, like I know, which is part of your experience in conversion, is having tension in family and friends. Then that's a hard thing. I don't think we can wash it away with just, well, like the church is like your new family. Like it just stinks. Like the church is your new family because Jesus says there's a spiritual family. You are my mother, my brother, but you also are missing something, and it's hard. And I acknowledge that, and we just do our best. It's a broken, fallen world, right?
Well, this is sort of what I'm getting at with the creedal versus geographical definition of, or I know you're not only saying geographical, but familial definition of a country. I think the thing that I'm ultimately pushing against, and that I think I would eventually push against here as well, is I've had it, or we've had a whole decade of false binaries. I'm completely over false binaries. America is a creedal nation. It may be one of only 2 creedal nations in history. It's an exceptional nation, one of the only exceptional nations in history. It isn't just a place, and it isn't just a bloodline, and it isn't just a people. But it isn't just the creed either, and it isn't just the proposition, and it isn't just the experiment.
That's right.
America is a place, and it is a group of people who are unified among, importantly, but not exclusively, by the creed and the experiment that our forefathers engaged in. Even the experiment of coming here in the first place. People got on ships and crossed the sea and left their homes and their families like Abram to come here. So even if you go back to 1607, they were here in 1607 not for king and country. They were here in 1607 because of the promise of the new world. They saw this place as the New Jerusalem. They saw it as a religious land, a place where they could not only grow economically, although that was a huge part of it, not only grow in terms of political freedom because they were far from the crown. Of course, that's part of it. But truly to have a kind of religious freedom that wasn't available to them in their homeland as possible. So America's both. My argument.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
yes,
That's
at the end of the day,
disturbing
we
thing to
all
a lot of people. Like, how much
the best
influence
lesson we
do
could.
they really
If you could do
have
one
on this
thing for the
country?
world right now, what would you do?
That's what creeps
It's like if I
people
could be
out,
a
because I
tyrant,
think
like a
no
true
one even
dictator, if I
really
were the
considered
dictator for
it
today,
before October
and I could do
7th.
two
It
things.
wasn't. I mean, I'm sure people
I'd
consider
get rid
it.
of motorcycles.
Nick Fuentes
Don't
considered
ride
it.
motorcycles,
But it
guys. They're
wasn't
really
like
stupid.
it was an
You have a
openly
75,000%
discussed
increase in chances
among
of
some
dying over just
people.
driving a car.
Right. It wasn't until
And I would find
we
I
started
would
realizing, first of
solve
all,
the problem
it
of how to
was
regulate social
AIPAC.
media.
It
Yeah.
was
Because
the,
I agree with you
the
completely.
weirdness of the New
Your
York City mayoral
Online
race,
community is.
Yeah, of
I'm not
course.
one to say
Very
X
weird.
isn't real
where
life.
they were all like, "We're going to visit Israel." Like,
I know people who've
what?
met on X and
Well,
gotten
it's
married
also
on
in
X.
direct opposition
I know
to the stated
I know
goal
political movements
of
that have
the
started on
Trump
X and changed actual
administration,
laws.
which is to repair
But X is
the
only
United
a small
States
part
and
of real
to
life.
make it great
And it's
to
become
elevate it and to
disordered.
focus on the
It's
United
become
States.
social
and to
media, our online
not go
existence
into
has become
Middle Eastern wars, which
one
was a huge, very popular plank of his platform, and to not
one of, if not the primary place where we
Good
find
video.
community.
Thank you very much.
The primary place where we explore ideas, the primary place
appreciate
where we
it.
form relationships, when it should be rightly ordered, a very small part of how we have community, a very small part of how we exchange ideas. You know, I've told
Absolute
this story on the
cinema.
show before, so I don't want to just keep picking on my mom, but I have this story where my mom gets very angry because a woman who had been our neighbor when we were growing up said something political on the internet. My mom's not even all that political. But probably in part because of me and in part because of the time in which we live, she's gotten a little bit more political, you know. And so it hurt her feelings that this person espoused some left-wing point of view, and it kind of ticked her off. And I reminded my mom, like, hey, if I'd been hit by a car when I was 7 years old, that's the lady who would have come out and given aid. She's our actual neighbor. She's a flesh and blood human being. Her ideas are wrong on this political issue, and who cares? She's our community. And the people who we agree with in our broader social media community, they're not real, but they're not nearly as real. They're not nearly as urgent. They're not going to come out and help you when your kid gets hit by a car. They're not the person who's going to come over when your house is on fire. You know whose house? This is true. If there'd been a tornado in our neighborhood, we didn't have a basement. When the tornado sirens went off, we went to that neighbor's house to go into the cellar in their backyard. Like, your online community doesn't have a cellar for you to go in. They're not going to hide you in their attic when the Nazis start coming to round us all up.
You think so?
So, yes.
Which is a very real possibility
very
with
real
this podcast.
With this podcast.
Don't give them too much credit.
Don't give them, yeah. The reality of geography, the reality of family, the reality of tribe is real and vital and important, and we've forsaken it.
Amen.
And God might just call us to walk completely out of it. We may lose it. It may be taken away from us because God takes away things from us all the time because God ultimately recommends himself, not us. He recommends himself, not our family. He recommends himself, not our community. He recommends himself, not our nation. God made no promise that he would save America. God made no promise that Gen Z gets to have the same country that their boomer grandparents had.
There was no promise for
I
you
happen
to
to
have
think that
anything.
Gen Z is poised to have the best country in the history of the world. It's not all, to me, the show isn't just about the problems. I think there's
It's the best
enormous
country in the
opportunity
world.
for human advancement. I think there's enormous opportunity.
We're all
for
pagans now,
economic
dude. We're all just straight up pagans, bro. We're gonna eat you.
advancement.
We're all pagan cannibals now,
I
dude.
think there's an enormous opportunity to make the world better and more virtuous. I think that the fact that Gen Z goes to the movies in the highest numbers of any current demographic in the country.
Yeah, dude,
It's
because
like-
they're Mexican. They're all Mexicans, and Mexicans love going to the movies, dude. Wake up, bro. Wake up. And what are they seeing? Who knows? Garbage.
One of the we were promised that community was over. that
God wanted Jeremy Boring to get a hair transplant.
movies were over. That Gen Z was so atomized and their attention span so short that they'd never pay money to go to. They go to theaters the most. Why? Because they are pushing back against the failures and the excesses of the unbelievable amount of atomization that we've all lived through over the last 10 years in particular, and even since 2020, even more particularly. So there are these great indicators, terrible indicators too. There's always things to be worried about. The world's always been filled with vice and evil and temptation, and people truly suffer. Truly bad things happen. But Gen Z has huge opportunity. God, though, has not promised them a future. He's only really made two promises to anybody as far as I can tell. In this world, you will have your problems. I have overcome the world. That's basically it. So things you will always have problems. Your hope is only ever in Christ. If you embrace anything beyond that, I worry that you're affixing your things to ideas or institutions or structures that God may strip you of, because in the end, He's a jealous God. He will have all of you, or He will have none of you. I mean, that's ultimately the truth of
Freaky ass.
God. So
I completely agree, by the way, with all of that. He could crush your country and your neighborhood and everything that you hold dear and give you himself, and you still
You're
have
the winner.
more than you're the winner.
That's right.
I'll take the nice stuff, actually. I'll have some nice things. Once again, call me a bad person. Call me an evil person. But I'll take having a nice house, having a nice car, lots of money, full head of hair, beautiful family, comfort, good food, good times, private jet. I'll take that. I'll take that nice stuff. Thank you.
you're the winner.
I'll take all the night. I'll take a nice white town, white city. Living in Switzerland, living in Wisconsin. I'll take all that. You can have the whatever vague, empty things you're saying. You can have the nice, cool things that are like really show that you're mature. Like you can have your maturity, and you can have your ideals and your spiritual truth, and your maturity, and your like very wise lack of need for nice things. And I will take all the nice things, and you can have your spiritual fulfillment, and I'll have your house and your suit and your watch and your car and your shoes and your land, and I'll have that, and you can have your relationship with God. How about that? How will we do that? I'll have your money too, and we'll see what happens. We'll trade it. We'll trade places, and that's good for you. It's something you want. That's the thing too. It's like this is what I mean when I'm like, I am like religious and I do believe in God. Where it's like, I believe in God to the degree I wouldn't say what they just said. Like I believe there's like a higher power, and I believe there is like fate, and I believe there is like humor and irony, and God has a sense of humor about stuff and like things like that. And I believe it's real, and I believe God like works in the world and changes the world to like modify things. And because of that, I would never, ever, 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 ever say like what they just said, because if that that's just like begging God to like give you like a horrible life to like prove a point that you actually meant it. And it's like, dude, I don't want a horrible life. I want a nice life. I don't want to suffer. I want to have a good life that is swag and comfy and productive and valuable and happy. I don't actually want to have everything taken away from me. I would like to have everything given to me, and me to have as much as I want and be comfy and have good food, good times, good money. And you know what I mean? It's like, that's the truth. Like I'd much rather have that. And I would prefer very strongly to have children when in a country that's all white and perfectly no crime, everybody's nice, and all that stuff. Says this like I would never tempt God. That's like one of those things, like I would never tempt God to be like, yes. And even if everything was taken away from me, I win because I have God. It's like, that might be true, but why would you ever like make that a challenge to God's like, oh yeah, you sure about that? Are you sure you believe that? I guess we'll find out. Whereas me, like, I just, I would like to have everything nice, and it'd be very, very easy to believe in God when you have a lot of nice stuff. So I want to really believe in God and have a lot of really nice stuff. Thank you. And it's just like, why would you ever say, yeah, I'd be happy having nothing? It's like, no, I want nice things.
Can I add one thing to that just regarding tribe?
Please.
This has been, for me, one of the unexpected blessings of joining a church. I didn't grow up Christian, didn't really grow up doing, regular weekly services. And I am in many ways a child of the internet. So I got my first computer when I was a teenager. And, I can remember
Dude, bro's rich. Getting it, like, number one, bro is dysgenic. Just look at that. That's like insane. Look at that. Insane But anyway, to be in like the 70s or 80s and get a computer as a teenager is insane, bro. Like it's actually kind of like crazy to have your own personal computer as a teenager in the 70s or 80s. It's like literally insane.
4 times in Gen X. But I found a lot of community on the internet, which is very easy to get. It's very easy to get very siloed with people who think like you for the most part, who don't challenge your opinions or who are similar to you in many constitutional kind of ways. But going to a church sort of forces you to be around other people, men and families who are nothing like you at all, but they have the important thing in common, which is a love for Christ. And so there can be awkwardness on my part, and just like figuring out what is my place around these people who I have nothing in common with, but this most important thing, and finding harmony and beauty and comfort in that versus the desire, which I initially felt, which was to seek out something more like me. It's like, no, I have to resist this because this is where the word is being preached. This is where the truth is being spoken. This is where I belong. And if these people don't look or sound or feel like me, if they have their own unique paths, well, we're going to figure it all out. And it becomes its own tribe. I have my own tribe of people that I come from. I have my own set of friends, of course. But finding that kind of tribe in a faithful church, I think is so important. And that's where I try to send young men to, so they can have that friction of like, maybe not everyone here is going to agree with you on everything, but you're going to be here for one really important common purpose.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah, I reject the idea of remote work. I think it's just so much more efficient to work in community with people where you can just, hey,
So clever. Thank you. Dude, you don't work at all, bro. Remote work. Bro doesn't even work.
we heard from so-and-so. Yeah, send them an email. No, just walk over to their desk. I sent them a text. No, walk right over there. But also because in remote work, I don't know who you're supposed to have lunch with. And I don't say that as a joke. I say it as like, no, especially in the kind of work that each one of us here gets to engage in. We're really fortunate to engage in the battle of ideas, the battle of truth.
Remote work is bad.
I want to join that battle with my fellow combatants in person.
Let's be real, these grifters are not making it to heaven anyway.
Important
Yeah, I find that's the thing. It's like get real, bro. Anybody on the internet should not be talking about politics, or not be talking about religion, like in any real sense. Like nobody on the internet should be talking about religion. I'm sorry, and that includes me. It's like everybody on the internet is like so full of it, like to an insane level. It's like, give me a break, bro. Every single crime, every single sin, every single crime, every single like thing, it's just, that's what the internet is. The internet is just like nasty stuff, negative stuff, hateful stuff, gluttony stuff. It's just like, give me a break. Anybody who makes their living on the internet should not be talking about politics or not politics, but it's still politics, their religion.
I want to know what's happening in their life. I want to, pick on them for the bad decisions that they're making, and I want them to point out to me when I'm making.
They should be talking about Hitler. Only Hitler.
In my life, I want to have actual, real community, and I don't think community is only your family, although your family is hugely important. I'm a homebody because I don't like to go out at night. I've got a wife. I want to be where she is. I've got a daughter. I like to look at her and shove her and throw her on the sofa or whatever. Like, what's the point of having a kid if you can't roughhouse with them? Like,
amen.
That's the whole thing. And then, so I love my family. I want to be with my family. But there are parts of family that you have to protect from the war.
Yeah.
And so the people who I'm actually in the war, I also want to spend time in person with them, because I do believe in the sort of ancient definition of happiness, that it's the pouring out of oneself in pursuit of of the things that are the most important and the things that are the most important to you. And so I agree that like you should go to a physical church. We should be fighting for community and geography, and we should be fighting for family. We should be, not everything is ethereal. There are things of substance. Our culture has become too consumed with the ethereal and not consumed enough with the substance. I even think in a technological sense, when we talk about like uploading ourselves to the cloud one day or whatever, nonsense, the Silicon Valley guys, I say all the time, I'm glad that they get to invent Claude, because Claude, if I invented it, it wouldn't work. But man, they have some really dumb ideas about what humans are. We're embodied souls. We're not software who can be stripped from the hardware. We're not going to go up to spirit heaven one day. Jesus wasn't resurrected spiritually. He's resurrected in the body, in the flesh. We will one day have a
Boom.
new flesh and occupy a new.
I made the razor beard voice in Wordsy Chat say play Marvel Rivals with Paul Town. Nah, dude. Nah, bro. Video games are too good now. I think that's like the problem with playing video games is like there's so much like dopamine involved with like video games, how they like do things. It's just so draining, dude. Like I can't. It's actually really hard to like explain the like working on like they're actually unhealthy. I think at this point, video games because they're too like too much dopamine, like dopaminergic. Yeah, there we go. Dopaminergic, and it's like very, very bad. Will you make your game compatible with Temple OS? I don't think I could, dude. I'd have to, hook up Claude to Temple OS.
New earth, like the cultural Christian thing is that we go float in the ether somewhere in the clouds of heaven, but that's not the Bible.
I prefer my dopamine from skinning deer instead of Marvel Rivals. W. Jovian.
It's not biblical. The Bible is new heaven, new earth, new flesh. Paul says we don't know what it'll be like.
No, but like trying to work on stuff, it's like one metric I use for like doing things is like having motivation to work on my game for whatever, and then like certain things, it's like you do it, and then it's like because this thing was so enjoyable, other stuff that is still enjoyable isn't enjoyable for a bit. It's kind of boring. And like any video game is like that, where it's at this point where it's like it's just so fun to play a video game that it's not fun to get any work done. So I almost have to avoid it. It's the same reason I'm kind of avoiding listening to music and stuff like that, where it's like you try to limit your dopaminergic like activities to be way less consistent, so you get more satisfaction out of boring things.
But it won't be nothing. It won't be ethereal. We'll be people, because that's what we are. And so, of course, we have to value what's real and what's tangible and what's practical, because we're real and we're tangible and we're practical. That's not all. Neither of them is all that we are. We're both. And so, in all of our theology and in all of our politics, we have to find a way to recognize both of those things at the same time, to recognize both of those truths at the same time. What do we tell this disaffected generation? You spend a lot of your time in particular, and I think kind of like shining a light on these things that are happening, and you've done it, I think, very well from a sort of investigative perspective. But what's the actual message to this disaffected generation?
Ethan just says, "Get off my lawn," right?
That's a crazy. That's a big question, man.
Boom.
I mean, everything that Willa just said about like you need to find a church. You need to find a church. You need to get in a church. You need to stay in that church and don't leave that church because the pastor is a hair left of you in some regard, and you can't defend him to your buddies in your Telegram, right?
Yeah.
You need to get in that church, stay in that church, get married, have a family. These are all things I feel like that are consented to and understood by some of these spaces, but not always acted out either. But part of that is also your focus needs to be on Christ and guiding your family to reflect Christ, and not necessarily on all the intricacies of how horrible things are in the world today on Twitter, right?
Yeah.
So the localization, I think, is a big one. I'm not a super pastoral guy, right? I'm an anonymous Twitter dude, right?
Not anymore.
Right. Well, yeah. Now no longer anonymous Twitter dude, but I think that's what we're called to as Christians in the body of Christ, more so than anything else. So.
I take a different approach to this. I mean, yes, to all of that. We have a crisis of authority. I think that's just true. I think all forms of traditional authority have been undermined themselves. And so I think people are, especially young men, are looking around to try and find out who they should follow, right? Who can direct me, because maybe you're the son of a single mother and you needed a father in your life, or maybe your father was absent, or all the institutions that used to shape boys into men are now basically no longer. And so just because a young man doesn't have a father doesn't mean that part in him that's seeking a father switches off or goes away. It's still there, and it goes seeking to attach itself to something. And so most of the voices that are loudest today are not acting in these young men's best interests. They're exploiting them. The term is often used, grifter, right? They're taking advantage of young men's bitterness and their disposable income and weaponizing them for political and economic purposes. That's what I see happening. And so, but that young man still needs something. What he needs is the same thing that I needed. I had Pastor Joel Ellis, who I mentioned earlier. He didn't just send me screenshots. He sent me a stinging rebuke through the email that I think will last with me for a lifetime. And I needed it. I needed it. He took me by the shoulders like young men, smacked me upside the head, and I woke up. And I think a lot of young men really need that, but they would never ask for it. But the problem is, Pastor Ellis is a man who I would accept that from, right? He was a man that I intrinsically respected and felt the sense of deference to. And men who embody that level of authority, that level of gravitas, are rare. They've squandered it in all these various ways. So who are those men that can turn to other young men and deliver that? I think personally, I think it doesn't come across the same way through social media. Deliver it personally. And so if you're a man who has that authority, maybe from time in the military or athletics or financial accomplishment, whatever it is, and you see a wayward young man in your life, if you have that relationship with him, intervene prayerfully in the name of God, with scripture verses as well. But that young man, that you can make a difference in his life, I think you have to. And I think young men are craving that reorientation, like, oh, and I think that was the power of Jordan Peterson. I think ultimately for multiple generations of fatherlessness in both men and women, he stood up there on the stage in his suit and his tie. And it's like a whole generation went like, Dad?
Yeah.
Because they'd never seen that image before. So where is that now? And that, I think, is what people are looking for.
I had a good father, right? I didn't grow up in a broken home. I had a stay-at-home mom. Like, I had all the things, we didn't have a lot of money, but when I was a kid in particular. But I got all those, you won the lottery kind of things when I was growing up. And there were still other men in the community who played an important role in shaping me. I think of you guys. I mean, you really can't imagine how bad I am at sports. I'm blind in one eye and have no depth perception, and this has been true since I was born, basically. So, like, hitting a ball was always like an abstract concept to me. Like, I was aware that people could do it. I have no idea how they did it. If I was looking at the pitcher here, as soon as I turned my head, the ball just went away. So it was always awful, and sports were terrible, and I hate them. And yet I look back on coaches that I had. Coach Hernandez, is this great guy who I had him as a 6th grade science teacher, his first year teaching. And then every year that I moved up, because it was a small town in West Texas, every year that I moved up, he got a promotion. So he was like my science teacher in the 6th grade, and then my football coach in the 7th grade, and then my science teacher in the 8th grade, and then my science teacher in the 10th, or 9th grade, and all the way up, right? And he was one of these guys who just like, he was young enough, he wasn't jaded, right? He saw his students, and he invested in us. And I remember, I won't go into too many stories here because we've gone long, but like times where I would get in terrible trouble at school. And instead of him, he would be in charge of disciplining me. And instead of some sort of traditional discipline, he would find the thing that I was interested in and use it as a way to sort of reach me and instill in me whatever moral lesson he wanted to instill in me, but also to expose me to these ideas and grow me intellectually. And I think that it's become harder and harder for men to do that because we have a culture now, of helicopter parents who don't actually give permission to the community to discipline their children or to invest in their children or to share wisdom with their children. And there was, like you, Gen X, there was a different sort of cultural reality, I think, when we were coming up. You're taking a risk if you try to do that now, and it's a risk worth taking. You should invest in the lives of particularly fatherless young men, but all young men around you. If that's part of being a old man, which we're fast approaching. Part of being an older man is instilling wisdom down. Wisdom doesn't move up. Wisdom isn't a thing that young people have. This is one of the great lies of leftism, that kids are born with all the wisdom, and but they forget. Then you forget it as you get older. We could learn so much from them.
Yeah.
Like, no, they don't know crap. You ever met a kid? They don't know nothing.
Got a couple.
Yeah. It's our job to do that. It's our job to give to them from ourselves. I think that's a beautiful answer.
Thank you.
Yeah. I've had some experience with real life people I've known who have been on the more neo-Nazi path, and some go in the wrong direction after discussions and so forth, and some go in the right direction. One in particular, and I referenced him earlier, I was privileged to lead to the Lord, who is kind of in that world. And the first thing, and I would just give this advice to people listening who might be unfamiliar, but maybe you hear a young man say something that's transgressive and you think, I mean, it might even be a young man. I mean, everyone's saying transgressive things these days, probably more likely a young woman. Anyway, someone says something and don't like lose your mind right away. That's one of the things that I think you have to do is like, there's sometimes a little bit of a dance going on. Like, can I trust this person? It's like a hazing ritual. Like, if I say this, is he going to reject me? And I think you have to not be fazed by those kinds of things. I've done some reading. Before this all came about, I had already read Mein Kampf and had a grad school class in Holocaust. And there's a lot of things I already knew. But if I didn't, I would have read those things just to try to get an understanding of where's this guy coming from, if he's really someone I care about. And then, of course, if they're not a Christian, which if they're going down this path, it's very likely their Christianity probably, if they have any, needs some addressing. Preach the gospel, right? The problem is sin. It's not the Jewish people behind everything. Yes, there's certain industries that have high levels of Jewish participation that might be undermining. And so don't deny reality when he says Hollywood has a lot of Jewish people in it. Of course it does. But it's not necessarily a cabal that's now the original sin category for like in 2 steps or less. In fact, there was one person who tweeted about this podcast that it was like a Mossad op before you told me, I think. And I'm like not everything is related to this. The major problem people have is sin, and that knows no boundary when it comes to ethnicity. And so we need to get that taken care of. And I think when someone sees that, they see God's providence. God's got a plan. You fit into it.
Right.
All the bad things, you know what? God's going to turn them into good.
No, they're not. Once again, they're not addressing the problem, which is that America is becoming a multicultural hellscape. Quite frankly, like another aspect of why church is not as good as it used to be, or not as compelling, because it's multiracial. Churches are multiracial generally, not all of them, and so people don't even really like notice it. You know, it's like, but it's real, and it's like there's less community and lower IQ people generally, but also and it's just not compelling. But that's why people are so upset. That's why people have turned to a lot of vices, partially because of availability. Like gambling is now polymarket culture. I liked that. That was one thing I liked on that Groyper guy's PDF he shared was we can even go over that. That's a pretty good PDF. I can go over what I think about it. Is delete all the gambling apps. 100% I agree. I don't have any problem with it. I don't gamble generally. Well, I do with like crypto, but not like gambling. It's speculation, which is just esoteric gambling. But that's 100% true. But yeah, then like the availability of porn, of not even hardcore porn, softcore porn on like social media, all that stuff. That's some of it. And but really the main thing is that it sucks. Like the public life sucks. Going out in public sucks. Going anywhere kind of sucks. You can go and have fun. You can actually have fun on a hike. You can have fun going to a movie. You can have fun going to a concert. You can have fun. But generally, the baseline is way lower now than it was, even during the Great Depression. Right? During the Great Depression, it's white people. So it's not paradise. It's the worst financial crisis ever. But it's like you're not in Africa in a financial crisis, right? And it just by virtue of that, people don't really want to go out. Like if you're going to be mugged or you're going to be around a bunch of obnoxious people, you're way less likely to go out, especially if you're a sensitive type of person who's like thoughtful and doesn't like loud noises. Like that's one thing lower IQ people love is loud noises everywhere. Like we saw it with the Sneeko stream, with like the Knicks game and that sort of stuff. And like just like the sound effects and the noise and the like smart people generally, you kind of want to be by yourself. Because it's kind of overwhelming to process everything. Like generally, not all the times. There are people who are really good at it, who are smart, but generally, and it's like white people are smarter on average than anybody else in the entire world. So like, especially American whites, but like, it is like that's why nobody's happy. That's why there's nihilism, because there's, even on a genetic level, you can tell this isn't a safe environment. This isn't an environment that's getting better every year. It's getting a little worse, and it's not like stable. Like public life, politics are now like a lot of brown clown stuff, for lack of a better word, in terms of like, you look at how people made speeches in the past and how people did politics in the past. And there's still dirty games and stuff, but there's a veneer of like stability, a veneer of like things are okay, whatever, or like whatever. Now it's way more like, well, these people want to kill you, then these people want to kill you. Where that really probably wasn't the case in the 80s or the 90s, where it probably wasn't like, if I had to guess, like if we lose this election, the communists are going to take over and kill everybody. Now I think there was the Red Scare or whatever, so maybe it wasn't as good as I think it was. But generally, it was like people looked like you. Like growing up, where I grew up, it was mostly white people. Probably still is mostly white people. But like, I didn't go to public school or whatever. But the people I knew, like, most of them were white, and it was a very, very like, it's just like people were pretty normal. It was pretty not stressful as a kid in terms of like whatever. I think now generally it's just there's like Indians everywhere, and there's Chinese people and whatever, and you can't be. You can't choose. The only way to not be around people that you find annoying, for most people, is not going out and not socializing. If you socialize, you're probably going to be around obnoxious people. And some people don't really care, but they're obnoxious, right? People who are like kind of awful. So it's like, it just on a genetic level, I think everybody who's young kind of understands like this isn't really a comfortable environment. It's not a stable environment. It's not really an environment where it's like right now, if you gave me $500,000, right? I'd say, thank you very much. I'd appreciate it. But I would also, there wouldn't be like an answer in my head of like, well, where do I buy a house? Oh, I want to buy a house in this neighborhood, right? If I was going to get like $500,000 and I want to buy a house and I get that money, the next thing I would do, it wouldn't be like, well, what do I want to buy? It would be more like, well, let's look for areas that look pretty nice, and then is it in 5 years going to be okay? I'm not really sure. Like, even buying a house with a lot of money, I wouldn't be like, well, the neighborhood's going to be fine, right? Even if it was a nice house, right? You know what I mean? So like, there's just like a lot of things where it's like, even if you get a good job, even if you have good money, or you think you're going to get a job and get good money when you're older or whatever, there's like a level of like, well, where am I going to live? Where would I want to raise a family? What would be a good place to raise a family? Where is going to be, safe for my kids, or like good for, a relationship and that sort of thing. There's a lot of really bad, like, just forces that are just pulling everything down. And it's not even like, oh, black people, or oh, Jews, or oh, Chinese people, or oh, boomers. It's more just there's forces in the economy that are so vague and like existential, to where like there isn't like a fix for it. So that kind of causes like a dread, I think, in a lot of people, where it's like, it's not even like, ah, man, this person's pissing me off, or oh, these black people are pissing me off. It's more like, oh, wow, like the society is like, everywhere you look, it's like trying to like screw you over and fuck you over, and like kind of bad vibes everywhere. And like, even if there are good vibes here, are there going to be good vibes here in a year, in 2 years, in 3 years, in 10 years, in 15 years? And so it's, well, I can't say you're handsome. Thank you. But no, I think that's like the problem. Is it's just the society's failing, civilization is failing. Not in the sense that it's going to blow up and there's going to be murders and riots and a race war and class war, left-wing war, right-wing war. It's more that things are just kind of gliding down, like, and they're going to get worse, and there's no reason to suspect they're going to get better. There's zero metrics by which anybody young who's reasonable will be like, everything is going to get better, and I have it on good authority, and here's why. There's nobody saying that. Nobody, left wing or right wing or apolitical. There's not really anybody who's like, yeah, well, life is getting better. Everybody is kind of like, even the people who say life is getting better are literally just saying that to people because it's like, why are you complaining? Life is good. Why are you complaining? Life is good. And it's like, not really. There's, that's not really a healthy society. We're in a bad situation, and it's gonna get worse. Doesn't mean you shouldn't try. I think you should always try because who knows? Maybe you'll succeed. Maybe everything will get better. But anybody reasonable, anybody thoughtful is pretty on point and it's pretty obvious to say there's a serious problem going on.
Anonymous sent $15.
Yo, thank you very much. I appreciate it. So it's like one of those things where it's there are a lot of symptoms you can identify where it's like, oh, well, it's not safe to walk at night, or oh, like, it's hard to get a job, or oh, people are very like, it's very hard to find somebody who's loyal, or a woman with low body count or who hasn't had sex before, or oh, I can't find a job. But it's very hard to, those are all symptoms of an underlying thing, and the underlying thing, in my opinion, is that the economy has changed drastically in terms of technology being way more powerful and connecting all information and removing the, making, wealth has been abstracted to travel faster than humans are, dealing with it. Like, society is changing at a pace faster. Society always changes with like generations, but society is now changing faster than, the society in 5 years is going to look different than the society now. Right? 5 years ago, the society to 2021 versus now is way, way different. 2016 to 2021, 2012 to, think about it, everything's changing so fast that it's hard to really get a footing for a lot of people. And I think it's almost impossible to fix, honestly.
But you need to repent, turn from your sin, put your faith in Jesus Christ for forgiveness, and he will forgive you. He'll give you the Holy Spirit. He'll empower you to live.
And that's the thing too. It's like that's another reason that Christianity is not really compelling to a lot of people. Is like people aren't like, oh, that's like people don't feel bad about themselves. I don't think. People are more just pissed and more like jealous and envious and mad and like frustrated. There's not many people who are like dealing with the ennui of like a comfy life that's just totally chill and they don't really have worries. So they start to feel bad about themselves or say like, oh man, well, am I a good person? Nobody has time for that. Nobody really has time to like, am I a good person? And like I was having a conversation with somebody and I was talking about poor people having like, a rough go of it, like a life being kind of bad for poor people and the homeless people, like they kind of have an unfair situation. And it's like, there's a reason there's so many poor people and homeless people running around. And it's like, yeah, it kind of sucks. And it's like, it's not just because they're lazy. It's because like life is kind of extremely complicated for a lot of people. And the person like they said to me, like, that's true, but don't like feel sorry. Don't feel like you have to like, you don't have to, even though that might be true, you don't have to feel bad for them or feel like you owe them anything. And to me, that's just like a funny thing because it's like, there's like zero aspect of me that's like, oh, I feel bad for them and I owe them and I need to not take advantage of situations because these poor people, like that whole idea of like feeling bad for poor people or feeling bad for homeless people and like, oh, I need to like forego pleasures to do that. There are no pleasures to forego. Like people at my age and younger, there's not like anybody who's like, wow, I'm so rich, I should just give away my money. I'm doing so well and everything's so easy. I feel bad about all the nice things I have. That's not even like a thing. Like that was a much more of a thing for like boomers, maybe Gen X, but that's not really a thing for anybody young now, as far as I know. Everybody, even if somebody is like, yeah, it sucks for poor people and there's a reason there's so many poor people and I feel bad for them, I don't think anybody who's young is like, and I really want to donate all my wealth to them. And you know what I mean? Whereas with boomers and people like that, a lot of them are like, well, I don't want to give my kids too much of a head start because that's not fair to other people and blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean?
A Christian life. And the friend that I referred to earlier.
I don't feel like I'm better than anyone. Yeah, that's another thing too. Is like, I don't, that might just be more you and me, honestly, though. I think a lot of people do feel better. Like a lot of people base their politics on like, these people are good or these people are bad. These people are like evil and that's why I deserve things. Like that's another weird thing where it's like, I've definitely made better decisions than a lot of homeless people and drug addicts, but also a lot of like my nice things I have are by virtue of birth, by virtue of luck, by virtue of people liking me, rather than like, oh, I worked hard to do it. Like, and even when I'm successful and like rich and my game makes me $10 million, there'll still be, it won't be because I was like super genius. It was because I kind of like was lucky and fortunate enough to have an opportunity that other people didn't really have. And even though I'm not going to feel bad about having that, and be like, oh man, what about these poor people? I'm never going to be like, and I got it because I worked hard and life is fair and that's why I'm successful. I think life is very unfair for a lot of people. And it's like, yeah, not all hobos are dumb. I am better than everyone. Yeah. And Paul Schermieg will be in the credits. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Most people have a very weird thing. Like they have to like say people are good or bad, and it's like I think most people are pretty unexceptional for the most part.
Earlier, this is what happened.
Hmm.
And he told me, he said when he received Christ that, he said, I used to hate a certain minority group. And he said, I love them now. I go
I
to
love black men now. I used to hate black men. Now I love them.
church with them. And so that's been kind of a fruitful thing, getting people to come to a community that where they're going to be affirmed and they have a place of belonging. So those are just a few things I'd throw out there as helpful.
You know, another thing that I would say.
All right, we'll be back in a
is
minute. I
al-
gotta go. 1 second.
Almost every conspiracy
swatted.
theory is not only false,
Being swatted and being made homeless. PowerChurchLife.com/Paultown.
utterly false. That so many of the things that you bake in, like even just like the assumptions that undergird them, are false. No one knows everything. No one is capable of executing a plan to perfection. It's never happened. Conspiracies happen all the time. And we usually end up knowing about them because people aren't very good at conspiracies. People aren't very good at anything. You know, like people fail. The Jews, if the Jews could do all the things that people think the Jews can do, then they should. They should run the world, and we should be their slaves. If you know,
We'll get the Jeremy's Razor guy to be the king.
That's right.
if that's right, if 15 million, there are about 15 million Jews, planet of 8 billion people.
Right.
Like if they're able to perfectly execute all these plans, and
Right.
they are otherworldly, they should do it.
You also completely lose the apologetic of the reality of the gospel's authenticity,
That's right.
because you throw out the idea that, you know what, maybe everybody maybe conspiracies are completely achievable and happen at mass scale, pulled off perfectly all the time. It's like, okay, well, why do you believe the gospels, right? There's,
That's right.
and that's not the sole reason, obviously, we believe the gospels. But that is one of the reasons we believe they're reliable, is that we don't believe that the eyewitness accounts of Christ were all collaborating in some massive cabal.
Well, you think of Peter in Acts, and you go, the Jews who killed Christ weren't even in collaboration, because Peter says,
Right.
you did this with wicked hands. He accuses them, and they're pierced to their heart. And then he says, but actually, this was the plan of God and the foreknowledge of God. That's who was really planning this.
Right, which kills the deicide thing on the other side of that as well.
And there are so few Jews in the world, it's actually almost impossible to comprehend, because humans can't, once a number hits like 100,000, our ability to actually conceptualize the number collapses. 15 million sounds like a lot. 15 million of 8 billion is none. The Jews are a rounding error. They're a rounding error of a rounding error. I've lived a life in which I've spent a lot of time around Jewish people, you know, both in Hollywood and in conservative media, where Jews are also disproportionately represented. And yet I can tell you that so much of what people think about that isn't true. You know, secular Jews who work at high levels in Hollywood have very little in common with religious Jews who are overrepresented or who are highly represented in conservative media.
False alarm. We're
They
back.
don't vote the same. So even on like fundamentally who should run the country, fundamentally what kind of policies should we support, wildly disparate perspectives on questions of that magnitude. And then just a lot of things that people say because people say them, and then you take them for granted and assume they're true. The Daily Wire was never owned by Jews.
Yeah, okay, dude. Dude, why? Who cares, bro? You're obsessed, bro. You're obsessed with Jews, dude. Jeremy, stop being obsessed with Jews.
Ben Shapiro owned 20% of the Daily Wire when I was there. That means 80% of the Daily Wire wasn't owned by Jews. It was owned by
Yeah, but they're only 2% of the population.
So he was overrepresented in his Daily Wire ownership.
I'm saying.
Gotcha. Got
Yeah.
it.
Of the 4 people who owned the Daily Wire, he was highly represented. You know, I think that same tweet that you're referring that said this was Mossad. I should have pulled up the tweet. It was pretty great. It said, this Mossad operation, this Israeli paid for
Assassination, I think, was the word.
Mossad
Yeah.
assassination.
Mossad assassination. Yeah.
Character assassination of these
Joel
guys.
Webben and these guys.
Whoever,
yeah.
yeah.
We don't even remember who it was.
No, I don't.
I know
well, I
who
don't
it
even
was.
know if I don't even know what he said, but who he said.
But the point just being, the Jews didn't own the Daily Wire. The Jews didn't pay for the Daily Wire. I don't currently work for the Daily Wire, so this ain't. It's a bunch of the tweets are like, "You're going on a
Well-
Daily
That's what
Wire
a Jew
show."
would say. Yeah.
Yeah, it's well, sure.
Self-sealing.
That's right.
If only. Here's the thing. I say this all the time. If the Jews want to give me some money, I will take it. Like BB, I've multiple times sent my Venmo account to BB. And I'm just like, hey, bro, like, if you ever get tired of not paying
That's
me,
funny, dude.
here it is. You can just do it. I'm for sale. I'm not cheap, but I'm for sale. So far, no offer has come. But the way the conspiracy-minded person thinks that the world works, I think you're making a point that it's sort of antithetical to our faith in sort of the accuracy of how, or not the accuracy, the authenticity of how we got the Bible. Like, you're basically granting the premise that powerful men just sat around and conceived of the Bible, and
Right.
you know,
Yeah. Why not? What presupposition do you have to protect you from that claim
That's
if you've
right.
already conceded the conspiracy mindset as being completely valid?
But even on a pretextual philosophical level, if there are people capable of such things in the world, then there's no need for the gospel. The gospel exists expressly because we are all flawed and limited, and because of, in many ways, because of our inability to achieve with any perfection anything. Because even those who didn't have the law became a law unto themselves and fell short of that law.
Yeah.
That even if God didn't have, even if the Jews didn't exist, you still fell short of even any standard that you created. Only because of that does Christ have to exist. The central premise of Christianity is the sufficiency of Christ, and that premise is an answer to an equally important premise, which is that we lack such sufficiency apart from Christ.
Amen.
The sufficiency of Christ exists in exact answer to our insufficiency. It actually completely overwhelms our insufficiency. So I guess it isn't an exact. It's not equal to. It's greater than.
Well, if the Jews are so evil, the logical Christian response, and probably one of the major responses, would be to share the gospel with them, to be good neighbors and share Christ. And that is something that I see very much lacking.
Yeah.
There's a lot of trying to expose things that aren't, like, for example, things like, look, in Israel, they're making churches pay taxes. When you find out, well, it's for secular purposes. And in the Ottoman Empire, well, they were just great at preserving holy sites. Yeah, if you paid the jizya and you couldn't testify in court, and you could, like, there's just these like apples and oranges things that are like, hey, did you know this? And it's layer upon layer of that. That's what seems to really interest people. And then they don't go fact check it. But one of the things that you would expect to find among Christians is, if you really think these people are doing these evil things all the time, you really need to go and evangelize them. Like, put some resources towards that. And I just don't see that a lot.
Yeah,
So-
shouting "Christ is King, you filthy Jew" in a Twitter comment.
Once again, it's like, dude, nobody cares. Nobody cares, bro. Paul's watching Nick on Fresh and Fit. I don't know. Probably not. I don't feel like watching it. I got stuff to do. I try to work on stuff.
Is not evangelizing.
I mean, the Lord can use weak things, but
That recommends the Lord. It doesn't recommend the technique.
that's exactly right. Yes.
Doesn't recommend the technique.
Well, I think-
Fellas, I'm sorry. Well,
Oh, I was just going to say, I think it underestimates the power of sin. If you say that, minus this people group, we would live in this utopia.
Yeah, I just don't want to hear a bunch of women yelling about crap, dude. Fresh and Fit, I had there was 1 or 2 episodes I could watch, and it was fun, but I just don't have the energy to deal with that. It's like dealing with chattering, annoying people. It's like, dude, I don't really want to do that, actually. I don't really feel like watching that. Sorry. It's not really appealing to me.
Yeah. No, it's not because of this people group that we're going in this direction. It's this decaying power of sin that came in as a result of the fall that has captured all of creation, is dragging it downwards. And so to say oh, it's only because
the
of
Jews,
this.
the Jews didn't shut down your church during COVID.
That's right.
Fauci didn't shut down your church during COVID. Your pastor shut down your church during COVID.
My church, but yeah.
But that's the thing that nobody wants to hear. The sin that you're concerned about is right here.
That's right.
It's right where we are. We're the ones who need and thankfully have received.
Drug dealer didn't make you take drugs. The drug dealer didn't make your kid overdose on heroin. Your kid overdosed on heroin. So why are you even mad at what's the drug dealer? What's wrong with the drug dealer? The guy who sold your kid heroin, he didn't make your kid do the heroin. Why are you upset at him?
A savior. Fellas, thank you for making the trip.
Thanks,
Thank you, Jeremy.
Nick's gonna be there with Sophie Rain and propose. Nice, that's fun. Wish him the best. Ooh, that's awesome. I hope everything goes well.
Having us.
Love to do it again.
Absolutely.
Beautiful. Great show.